Wild ride. The sun hung low over the Comanche hunting grounds, a molten orb spilling amber and crimson across the endless Texas prairie, where mesquite and buffalo grass bowed beneath a mournful wind. The Palo Duro Canyon, its red walls scarred by eons of flood and storm, cradled the valley like the bones of some ancient giant. Rip Campbell, a solitary figure astride his buckskin mare, felt the weight of that vastness settle into his chest, heavy as the memories he could not outride. 5 years he'd wandered these territories, a drifter with a cavalryman's scars and a heart too stubborn to quit, seeking a peace that always lay just beyond the next ridge. The mare's ears twitched, her hooves stirring alkali dust that shimmered like powdered silver in the twilight. Rip's hand rested lightly on the worn grip of his Colt Peacemaker, the leather holster creaking as he leaned forward. A faint thread of smoke curled above the horizon, black and greasy, carrying the acrid tang of burning hides and spent powder. His jaw tightened, the lines of his weathered face deepening. Smoke in these parts meant trouble, homesteaders' fires, cattlemen's burns, or death. The wind told him it was the last. He nudged the mare down the sage-dotted slope, her hooves clicking against shale. Below, the valley unfolded its grim tableau, a Comanche encampment reduced to ruin. Teepees smoldered, their buffalo hides charred to ash, poles splintered like broken lances. Bodies lay strewn across the trampled earth, warriors, women, elders, arrows still clutched in rigid hands, scalps taken in crude mockery of their own customs. The air hummed with the drone of flies, and the scent of blood mingled with the sharp bite of mesquite smoke. Rip's throat tightened, a memory flashing unbidden, the Washita 1868, where he'd ridden under Custer's colors and seen a village die in the snow. He'd sworn never to wear a uniform again, but the ghosts clung to him, whispering in the wind. A movement caught his eye. Not all were dead. A girl, no older than 16, knelt beside a fallen warrior, her fingers knotted in his bloodied buckskin shirt. Her braids, half unraveled, framed a face streaked with soot and tears, but her eyes burned with a fury that could set the prairie ablaze. She was Comanche, her high cheekbones and lithe frame marking her as daughter of the plains, yet there was a defiance in her that spoke of something unbroken, something wild. Rip dismounted, his boots sinking into the soft earth. He raised his hands, palms out, his voice low and steady. "Easy, sister. I ain't one of them." She spat a word, "Wasatchu," her voice a blade of contempt. A knife gleamed in her hand, its bone handle worn smooth by use. Rip held her gaze, unafraid. He'd seen that look before, in men and women with nothing left but rage. "Just passing through," he said, his drawl soft as the dusk. "Saw the smoke. Didn't come to draw blood." Her breath caught, a sharp hitch. Behind her, a groan rose from the wreckage. An elder, his chest riddled with bullet holes, clawing toward a fallen war lance adorned with raven feathers. Rip stepped past the girl, crouching beside the dying man. The elder's lips moved, his words a halting mix of Comanche and English, but one name rang clear: Pike. The ground shuddered beneath them. Hooves, dozens strong, thundered up the canyon trail, their rhythm a war drum. Laughter followed, coarse and drunken, the sound of men who killed for sport. The raiders were returning. The girl's knife pressed against Rip's throat, her whisper fierce. "You lie. You scout for them." Rip's eyes never left hers. "If I rode with Pike, you'd be dead already." A gunshot split the air, dirt spraying near Rip's boot. No time. The raiders crested the ridge, 15 men, their horses lathered, spurs glinting like cruel stars. At their head rode a giant in a preacher's black coat, his wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow across a face carved by hate. Gideon Pike, outlaw king of the borderlands, his name whispered from Santa Fe to the Red River. His Sharps rifle gleamed, its barrel still warm from the day's work. "Well now," Pike drawled, his voice a serpent's hiss cloaked in piety. "Seems we left a lamb unslaughtered." His gaze slid to Rip, recognition flickering in his pale eyes. "And you, Campbell? Always sniffin' where you don't belong." Rip's fingers hovered near his Colt, the weight of it familiar as an old friend. "This your handiwork, Gideon? Butchering folk who never raised a hand." Pike's smile was a slash of white in the gathering dark. The Lord's justice ain't always gentle. He nodded to his men, their faces shadowed by dust and malice. String up the squaw. The drifter, make him bleed slow. The girl moved, not toward Pike but for the fallen lance, its feathers dancing in the wind. A gun roared. She stumbled, blood blooming at her side. Rip acted before thought, his Colt clearing leather in a fluid arc. 2 shots cracked the dusk, and 2 of Pike's men fell, their horses screaming as they bolted. Then chaos descended. A tempest of sinew and shadow burst through the raiders, a stallion, black as midnight, its mane streaming like a war banner. El Diablo, the Comanche called him, a beast born of storm and vengeance. His hooves smashed a raider's skull, the sound wet and final, and his teeth tore at another's arm, shredding flesh to bone. The horse moved with a purpose beyond instinct, his eyes glinting with a fire that spoke of more than animal rage. Pike's men scattered, their shots wild, bullets whining into the smoke. Rip seized the girl, hauling her onto his mare. Hold fast. Her fingers dug into his duster, her breath ragged but fierce. They galloped into the haze, the mare's hooves pounding a desperate rhythm against the earth. Behind them, Pike's curses mingled with the stallion's scream, a sound like the canyon itself crying out, raw and eternal. As they vanished into the labyrinth of sage and stone, Rip felt the weight of the girl's gaze, her pain and fury a mirror to his own. He knew one truth as surely as the stars above. Gideon Pike's shadow stretched far beyond this valley, tied to iron rails and whispered deals in territorial halls. The war had begun, not with a shot, but with a horse's defiant charge. And Rip Campbell, whether by fate or folly, was bound to ride it to its end. Chapter 2. The desert stretched like a sea of shattered glass beneath a sickle moon, its dunes and sagebrush bathed in silver light that turned the world to shadow and bone. Thunder Gorge loomed ahead, its jagged walls rising like the ramparts of some forgotten fortress, carved by winds that sang of ancient sorrows. Rip Campbell urged his buckskin mare through the alkali flats, her hooves kicking up whispers of dust that hung in the cool night air. Behind him, the girl, lone feather she'd spat through gritted teeth, clung to his duster, her breath sharp with pain from the bullet graze at her side. The mare's flanks heaved, her strength waning under the weight of 2 riders and a relentless pace. But Rip drove her onward, the distant pop of gunfire fading into the vastness of the Texas night. He reined up in the shadow of a gnarled mesquite, its branches twisted like the fingers of a penitent reaching for salvation. The mare's ears flicked, her nostrils quivering at the faint scent of creosote and blood. Rip listened, his weathered hand resting on the Colt at his hip, its walnut grip cool against his calloused palm. No hoofbeats followed, not yet. Gideon Pike's men would be licking their wounds, regrouping under their master's lash. But Rip knew the outlaw's wrath was a hound that never tired. He'd stolen Pike's quarry, and that debt would be paid in blood. Lone Feather slid from the mare, landing in a crouch that betrayed her warrior's grace despite the wound. Moonlight caught the sheen of sweat on her brow, her braids swaying as she pressed a hand to her side. Why save me, Wasatchu? Her voice was a low blade, honed by distrust, the Comanche word for white man dripping with scorn. Rip dismounted, his boots sinking into the soft earth. Didn't fancy seeing you swing from Pike's rope. He uncorked his canteen, the stopper dangling from its rawhide cord, and offered it with a steady hand. Name's Rip. Reckon we're stuck together till dawn. She caught the canteen, but held it like a rattlesnake, her eyes never leaving his. I'd have met death with my father's lance. Her words carried the weight of a vow, her gaze fierce as the prairie stars. Rip's mouth quirked, a ghost of a smile. Brave words, sister, but the dead don't sing vengeance. He turned to the mare, checking her sweat-streaked flanks for wounds, his fingers tracing the familiar scars of old battles. The bullet graze on his own shoulder burned, a reminder of years spent outrunning his past, Washita, where he'd seen a child's blood stain the snow, a sin he'd never wash clean. He rummaged in his saddlebag, the leather creaking, and pulled out a tin flask of whiskey, its bite a fleeting shield against the ghosts. A rustle broke the silence. The click of a hammer. Rip froze, the cold steel of his own Colt pressing against his spine. Lone Feather's voice was a hiss, her grip unsteady but fierce. "You're a fool to turn your back." He took a slow swig of whiskey, the burn steadying his pulse. "Reckon so." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his drawl soft as the desert wind. "But if you're fixin' to shoot, pull the hammer proper. Ain't no half measures in a kill." Her breath caught, a frustrated growl escaping as she realized her error. Rip turned, slow and deliberate, his eyes meeting hers. She held the gun wrong, her finger outside the trigger guard, a mistake of inexperience, not spirit. "You ain't no warrior," he said, his tone gentle as dusk. Her pride flared like a struck flint. "I am daughter of Iron Wolf." Her voice trembled with the weight of her lineage, the Comanche chief whose name echoed in campfire tales. "Then honor him." Rip plucked the Colt from her grasp, its weight familiar as his own shadow. "Pike's got a score of men, all meaner than a cornered puma. You want his scalp? You'll need more than a stolen gun." A coyote's yip pierced the night, too sharp, too close. Rip's head snapped up, his hand tightening on the revolver. Not a coyote, a signal. Pike's tracker, likely that mute Apache who rode in the outlaw's shadow, was closing the net. Rip kicked dirt over their faint fire, the embers hissing like a dying prayer. "Mount up." Lone Feather stood her ground, her knife glinting in the moonlight. The hawk does not ask the wind's permission. Rip swung into the saddle, the mare snorting at his urgency. "Fine. Stay and dance with Pike's dogs. That Apache'll have you trust before the stars fade." He nudged the mare forward, her hooves crunching on gravel. "Hope you like his brand of mercy." Her defiance wavered, and she vaulted up behind him, her grip fierce but fleeting. A rifle shot splintered the mesquite beside them, the crack echoing off the canyon walls. Rip spurred the mare into a gallop, weaving through scrub and shadow as bullets chewed the earth. The moonlight turned the desert into a chessboard of light and dark, perfect for hiding, deadly for ambushes. He aimed for the black maw of Thunder Gorge, its labyrinth of stone their only chance. Lone Feather shouted, her words lost in the wind. Rip glanced back, his heart lurching. Not just Pike's men now. A shadow ran with them, a stallion black as sin, its mane a storm cloud, its stride unbroken despite the blood streaking its flanks. El Diablo! The beast's eyes burned with a purpose no whip could tame. Not chasing, but running alongside, a comrade in this desperate flight. "Lord Sake," Rip muttered, his voice swallowed by the mare's labored breaths. The gorge yawned ahead, its cliffs towering like sentinels of stone. Rip reined up at the edge, pebbles cascading into 100-foot abyss. The mare skidded, her hooves scrabbling on loose shale. Pike's men closed in, their whoops sharp as knives. No turning back. Rip's gaze found a narrow game trail spiraling down the canyon wall, barely wide enough for a horse's courage. "Hold tight," he said, his voice steady as the stars. He kicked the mare forward. The world narrowed to the clatter of hooves, the mare's terrified snorts, the void clawing at their heels. Behind, El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks from the rock, his presence a defiance of death itself. A bullet grazed the mare's haunch, her scream piercing the night. Lone Feather's arm hooked around Rip's waist, her strength anchoring him as the mare stumbled but held. They reached the canyon floor, plunging into a crevice as Pike's curses rained from above. One raider tried the trail, his horse slipping with a scream that ended in silence. The hoofbeats retreated, Pike's voice a venomous prayer on the wind. Rip exhaled, his pulse a drum in his ears. They'd bought time, but not much. Lone Feather slid down, her knees buckling. Rip caught her, her scent of sage and blood sharp in the close air. El Diablo paced nearby, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the darkness beyond. Rip reached out, slow and reverent. The stallion snorted, teeth bared, then wheeled and vanished into the night, a shadow among shadows. Lone Feather's laugh was brittle as dry grass. Even the storm bends to no man. Rip watched the stallion's trail fade, the moonlight pooling like quicksilver. "Not yet," he said, loading his Colt with practiced hands. Dawn was coming, and with it, Gideon Pike's hounds, hungry for vengeance. But in the heart of Thunder Gorge, where the earth whispered of old wars and older spirits, Rip Campbell felt a stir of something fierce and free. The devil horse ran, and he would ride in its wake. Chapter 3. The dawn broke over Thunder Gorge like a hymn unsung, its first light spilling gold across the canyon's red walls, where ancient petroglyphs whispered tales of Comanche hunts and starlit spirits. Creosote and juniper scented the air, their fragrance mingling with the faint tang of blood and sweat that clung to Rip Campbell's duster. He crouched beside his buckskin mare, her breath steady now, though the bullet graze on her haunch glistened raw beneath a makeshift poultice of crushed yarrow. The mare snorted, her ears flicking toward the narrow crevice where they'd taken shelter, a stone womb carved by floods older than memory. Rip's fingers worked the leather of his saddlebag, pulling free a strip of jerky and a battered tin of salve, his movements deliberate, as if motion could quiet the ghosts that dogged him. Washita, Red Creek, and now this girl who burned with a fire he could not name. Lone Feather knelt a few paces away, her hands deft despite the pain that etched her face. She'd torn a strip from her deerskin tunic to bind the wound at her side, but blood still seeped through, dark as the vengeance in her eyes. Before her, a small fire crackled, its flames fed by sagebrush and a single braid of sweetgrass, its smoke curling upward in a prayer Rip could not read. She murmured low, her voice a cadence of Comanche words, Puha, the power of healing, woven with the name of her father, Iron Wolf. Her knife lay beside her, its blade catching the firelight, a silent vow that she was no mere healer but a warrior born of the plains. Rip chewed the jerky, the salt sharp against his tongue. That smoke'll draw Pike's dogs, he said, his drawl soft as the dawn breeze. Ain't much cover in this gorge. Her eyes flicked to him, sharp as a hawk's. The wind carries my father's spirit to the sky. You fear smoke, Wasatchu, but I fear silence. She crushed a handful of dried herbs, pennyroyal perhaps, or some Comanche root, into a tin cup, her fingers trembling only slightly as she poured water from Rip's canteen. The mixture steamed, its scent bitter and wild like the land itself. Rip's gaze lingered on her, tracing the resolve in her high cheekbones, the grief buried beneath her defiance. She was young, but the weight of her people's ruin sat heavy on her shoulders, a burden he knew too well. He'd been 20 when he rode with Custer, a boy who thought glory came from a saber's flash, not the screams of the dying. The memory tightened his chest, and he looked away, his eyes finding the canyon's rim, where a vulture wheeled against the paling sky. You got a name, sister? He asked, breaking the silence. Lone Feather's a title, not a callin'. She stirred the herbal brew, her lips a thin line. My name is for the wind, not your tongue. Her voice softened, almost imperceptibly. But you may call me Nika. Nika. Rip tested the word, its syllables strange yet fitting, like a stone smoothed by a river. Reckon it suits you. A faint rustle stirred the gorge, not wind but something heavier, deliberate. Rip's hand dropped to his Colt, the hammers clicked loud in the stillness. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she rose, silent as a shadow. The mare's ears flattened, her hooves shifting on the shale. Rip scanned the crevice's mouth, where sunlight carved a blade of gold through the stone. A shadow moved, too large for a man, too swift for a horse. El Diablo. The stallion emerged from the dawn's haze, his black coat dappled with sweat and dust, his mane a tangled banner of defiance. Blood crusted his flank, a wound from Pike's bullets, yet he stood tall, his eyes glinting with a fire that seemed to draw the morning's light. He was no mere beast, but a tempest bound in sinew, a creature of the Comanche's whispered legends, son of the storm, bearer of their grief. Rip's pulse quickened, not with fear but awe, as if the canyon itself had birthed this horse to challenge the heavens. Nika's breath caught, her knife lowering. Tai-ai, she whispered, the Comanche word for sacred horse, her voice thick with reverence. She stepped forward, her wound forgotten, and extended a hand, palm up, as if offering a piece of her soul. El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching, but he did not shy away. His hoof pawed the earth, striking sparks from the stone, a rhythm like a war drum calling the dead to rise. Rip watched, his Colt still drawn, though he knew no bullet could tame this beast. He's hurt, he said, his voice low. Needs tendon, same as you. Nika's eyes narrowed, but she nodded, dipping her fingers into the herbal brew. She approached the stallion, her movements slow, her voice a soft chant that seemed to weave the canyon's echoes into a lullaby. El Diablo's ears flicked, his massive frame still, as if her touch carried the weight of her people's trust. She smeared the salve across his wound, her hands steady despite the stallion's restless power, and Rip saw it then, the healer's gift, the puha she wielded like a blade against despair. A distant shout shattered the moment, coarse and human, followed by the clatter of hooves on the canyon rim. Pike's men, their voices laced with the hunger of predators circling a wounded herd. Rip kicked dirt over the fire, the sweetgrass smoke curling like a ghost into the dawn. "Time's up," he said, holstering his Colt and swinging onto the mare. "Can you ride?" Nika's jaw tightened, her knife sheathed with a snap. The coyote does not ask the hunter's leave. She vaulted onto the mare behind him, her grip fierce, the herbal tin clutched to her chest. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves a thunder that drowned the approaching riders, and bolted into the gorge's depths, his shadow a challenge to the sun itself. Rip spurred the mare after him, the canyon walls blurring into a maze of stone and light. Bullets whined past, chipping rock into deadly splinters. Pike's tracker, that silent Apache, would be leading the hunt, his eyes reading the earth like a preacher reads scripture. Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face, her courage a match for the stallion's fire. Nika's breath was hot against his neck, her words a hissed prayer in a tongue he didn't know but felt in his bones. The gorge narrowed, its walls closing like a trap, but El Diablo led them true, his stride carving a path through shadow and shale. A rider appeared ahead, a raider with a Winchester raised, his grin a slash of malice. Rip's Colt roared, the shot a heartbeat in the canyon's song, and the man fell, his horse screaming into the void. The mare leapt the body, her hooves striking sparks, and Nika's arm tightened, her strength a lifeline in the chaos. They burst into a hidden basin, where a spring glittered like a shard of sky, its waters fringed with willow and cottonwood. El Diablo slowed, his head high, as if claiming this sanctuary for their own. Rip reined up, his chest heaving, the mare trembling beneath him. Pike's men were close, their shouts a venomous chorus, but the basin's walls offered a moment's reprieve. Nika slid to the ground, her eyes on the stallion. "He runs for us," she said, her voice a vow. "For Iron Wolf. For Red Creek." Rip nodded, loading his Colt with hands that never shook. "Then we run with him." The dawn burned brighter, its light a forge for the war to come. Gideon Pike's shadow loomed, tied to iron rails and blood-soaked gold. But here, in the heart of Thunder Gorge, Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The healer's fire burned, and the devil horse led the way. Chapter 4. The noon sun blazed over the Texas borderlands, a merciless eye that turned the earth to cracked clay and shimmering heat, where sagebrush trembled in a wind as dry as bone. The outpost at Iron Gap squatted like a scar on the prairie's flank, its adobe walls bleached to the hue of old skulls, fortified with timbers hewn from distant pines. A tattered flag, its stars faded, snapped above the stockade, and the air carried the reek of pitch and horseflesh, sharp against the vastness of the Llano Estacado. Rip Campbell guided his buckskin mare along a rutted trail, her hooves stirring clouds of dust that clung to his duster like a second skin. Behind him, Nika, lone feather, sat rigid, her wound bandaged but her eyes fierce, scanning the horizon as if the land itself might betray them. The mare's ears flicked, her nostrils quivering at the faint clang of a blacksmith's hammer, a sound that spoke of men and their fleeting dominion. Rip's hand rested on his Colt Peacemaker, its weight a quiet promise in a world of broken oaths. They'd outrun Pike's hounds in Thunder Gorge, but the outlaw's reach was long, his name a curse whispered in saloons from El Paso to Abilene. Iron Gap was no sanctuary, half trading post, half bandit lair, it drew men like Pike as a carcass draws vultures. Yet Nika needed rest, and the mare's strength waned. Rip's jaw tightened, his thoughts drifting to Washita, where he'd learned that safety was a lie men told to sleep at night. The outpost gate loomed, its iron hinges rusted but unyielding. A sentry, his face shadowed by a slouch hat, leaned on a Springfield rifle, his grin revealing teeth stained by tobacco. "State your business, drifter," he growled, his voice coarse as the gravel underfoot. Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "Horse needs water. Girl needs a dock. Ain't lookin' for trouble." He tilted his head toward Nika, whose silence was a blade held in check. The sentry's gaze lingered on her, greedy and cruel, but he waved them through, spitting into the dust. Inside, the outpost buzzed with the chaos of frontier life. Traders bartering pelts, vaqueros driving bony cattle, and hard-eyed men nursing whiskey in the shade of a sagging cantina. The air hummed with Spanish curses and the clink of spurs, a song of greed and survival. Rip dismounted, his boots sinking into the churned earth, and led the mare to a trough where water gleamed like quicksilver under the sun's glare. Nika slid down, her movements stiff but proud, her knife hidden beneath her tunic. "This place stinks of death," she murmured, her voice low, the Comanche cadence sharp with disdain. Her eyes flicked to a corral where horses stood, their ribs stark beneath matted coats, and Rip saw her flinch, a healer's heart wounded by suffering beyond her own. "Stay close," he said, his tone soft but firm. "Pike's got eyes everywhere." He scanned the crowd, his gaze catching on a man in a black coat, his back turned, preaching to a knot of roughnecks. Not Pike, but one of his ilk, his voice a venomous hymn of fire and brimstone. Rip's chest tightened, the memory of Red Creek's massacre flashing bright, blood on the grass, El Diablo's scream. A shout broke his reverie. From the corral, a commotion erupted, men scattering as a black shadow reared against the sky. El Diablo! The stallion had followed them, unseen through the desert's folds, and now he stood defiant, his hooves smashing a fence rail to splinters. His coat gleamed like obsidian, his mane a storm cloud, and his eyes held a fire that seemed to challenge the sun itself. The vaqueros cursed, their lassos snapping uselessly, and Rip felt a stir of awe, as if the land had birthed this horse to mock man's frail ambitions. Nika moved before Rip could stop her, her voice a soft chant, Puha, the sacred power, as she approached the corral. The stallion's head swung toward her, his ears pinned, but he stilled, his breath a low rumble. She reached through the broken fence, her fingers brushing his muzzle, and Rip saw it again, the healer's gift binding her to this creature of legend. "He carries my people's grief," she said, her words a vow. "He will not be caged." A rifle's crack split the air. Dust sprayed near El Diablo's hooves, and the stallion wheeled, his scream a war cry that silenced the outpost. Rip's Colt cleared leather, his eyes locking on the shooter, a lean man with a scarred face, Pike's brand burned into his forearm. One of the outlaw's lieutenants, his grin a slash of malice. "That devil horse is worth a fortune," he snarled, leveling his Winchester. "And the squaw's a bonus." Rip stepped forward, his voice cold as the canyon's shade. "You'll need more than a brand to claim either." The crowd parted, sensing the storm brewing, and Rip felt Nika's presence at his side, her knife glinting like a star. The lieutenant laughed, a sound like gravel under a boot. "Pike said you'd show, Campbell. Said to bleed you slow." He nodded to his men, 5 armed with pistols and knives, their eyes hungry for the kill. Rip's fingers tightened on the Colt, his pulse steady as the desert's heartbeat. "Tell Pike, I ain't one for waitin'." He fired, the shot a thunderclap, and the lieutenant's hat spun into the dust, a warning etched in lead. The man froze, his bravado crumbling, but his men lunged, steel flashing in the noon light. Chaos erupted. El Diablo charged, his hooves a drumbeat of vengeance, scattering the attackers like chaff. Rip's Colt roared, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. Nika moved like a shadow, her knife slashing a third's arm, her cry a Comanche war song that chilled the air. The lieutenant raised his rifle, but El Diablo's shoulder slammed him to the ground, his scream cut short by a hoof's merciless arc. Rip grabbed Nika, hauling her toward the mare as the outpost descended into madness, men shouting, horses bolting, the cantina's patrons spilling into the fray. He vaulted into the saddle, pulling Nika up behind him, her arms fierce around his waist. The mare galloped through the gate, her hooves pounding a desperate rhythm, and El Diablo ran beside them, his stride a challenge to the wind itself. They plunged into the prairie, the outpost's clamor fading behind the horizon's curve. Rip's shoulder burned where a knife had grazed him, but he rode on, the mare's courage a match for their need. Nika's breath was hot against his neck, her words a whisper. They know we live. Pike will burn the sky to find us. Rip nodded, his eyes on the stallion's shadow, black against the sun-scorched earth. Let him try. The Llano stretched before them, vast and unforgiving, its secrets guarded by stone and starlight. Iron Gap was a warning, a glimpse of Pike's empire, tied to rails that scarred the land and men who served a greed beyond gold. But in the stallion's fire, in Nika's unyielding spirit, Rip felt a spark of something older, fiercer, a call to ride where the devil horse led, into the heart of a war that would forge or break them all. Chapter 5. The sun climbed high over the Texas frontier, its light, a molten blade that cleaved the Palo Duro Canyon into stark plains of shadow and fire. The land lay raw and ancient, its red walls etched with the scars of forgotten rivers, where mesquite and prickly pear clung to life amid dunes of shattered shale. A vulture wheeled above, its wings slicing the azure sky, a silent sentinel over a world that knew no mercy. Rip Campbell urged his buckskin mare through a narrow defile, her hooves crunching on bones, deer, horse, perhaps human, bleached white by years of unrelenting sun. Behind him, Nika rode close, her wound stitched but her spirit unbowed, her eyes scanning the canyon's rim as if the stone itself might harbor Gideon Pike's malice. The mare's breath rasped, her coat matted with sweat and dust, but she pressed on, her courage a quiet hymn in the stillness. Rip's duster hung heavy, crusted with the alkali of their flight from Iron Gap, and his Colt rested easy at his hip, its walnut grip worn smooth by a decade of hard choices. The outpost's violence lingered in his mind, the branded lieutenant's fall, El Diablo's thunderous charge, and with it, a truth as sharp as a Comanche arrow. Pike's empire was no mere bandit's greed. Whispers of iron rails and territorial deals clung to the outlaw's name, a shadow stretching beyond the borderlands, and Rip felt its weight settle into his bones, heavy as the guilt of Washita's snow-stained blood. Nika's voice broke the silence, low and fierce, her Comanche cadence a blade against the canyon's hush. This place sings of death, Wasatch. My brother walked here, before Pike's chains took him. Her fingers tightened on the reins, her braids swaying like pendulums, and Rip saw the grief in her eyes, a fire banked but never quenched. He nodded, his drawl soft as the wind's sigh. Canyon of Bones ain't no place for the livin'. But it's cover, and we need it. He scanned the defile, where stone spires rose like the ribs of some great beast, their shadows pooling in crevices deep enough to hide a man or a myth. Pike's trackers, led by that mute Apache whose eyes read the earth like scripture, would be close, their hunger sharpened by the outpost's defeat. Rip's shoulder ached where a knife had kissed him, but he pushed the pain aside, his thoughts on the stallion who ran unseen, a black storm bound to their fate. A faint clatter echoed ahead, not stonefall but deliberate, rhythmic. Rip reined up, his hand dropping to his Colt, the hammer's click a prayer in the silence. Nika stiffened, her knife gleaming as she dismounted, her movements fluid despite her wound. The mare's ears flattened, her nostrils flaring at a scent Rip couldn't place, smoke perhaps or something fouler. He slid from the saddle, his boots sinking into the bone-littered earth, and gestured for Nika to take cover behind a boulder veined with quartz. The canyon seemed to hold its breath, its walls watching with the patience of eternity. From the shadows emerged a figure, not man but beast, El Diablo. The stallion stood at the defile's mouth, his coat a midnight sheen, his mane a tangled banner caught by the breeze. Blood crusted his flank, a wound from Iron Gap, yet his stride was unbroken, his eyes alight with a purpose that seemed to draw the canyon's secrets into focus. He was no mere horse, but a spirit of the plains, a Comanche legend forged in storm and sorrow. Rip's pulse quickened, not with fear but reverence, as if the land had summoned this creature to guard its wounded heart. Nika stepped forward, her voice a whisper of awe. "Tai," she said, naming him sacred, her hand outstretched as if to touch the wind itself. El Diablo snorted, his hoof pawing the earth, striking sparks that danced like fireflies in the gloom. He did not shy from her, but his gaze flicked to Rip, a challenge as old as the stars, and Rip felt it, a bond unspoken, forged in the blood of Red Creek and the fire of their shared flight. A shout shattered the moment, coarse and human, echoing from the canyon's rim. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, followed by the clatter of hooves and the snap of a whip. Rip's jaw tightened, his eyes tracing the defile's twists to a narrow pass where sunlight gleamed like a beacon. "They're hurting us," he muttered, his tone steady as the stone beneath him. "That pass is a trap." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. The hawk does not beg the hunter's mercy. She vaulted onto the mare, her wound a shadow against her resolve, and Rip saw her father's spirit in her, Iron Wolf, whose name had once rallied the plains. He swung into the saddle, the mare trembling but loyal, and spurred her toward the pass, El Diablo leading like a comet's tail. The canyon walls closed in, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, horses, sons, warriors, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her strength, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The pass opened into a basin, where a dry riverbed snaked through dunes of bone and ash. Pike's men crested the rim above, 10 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by the Apache tracker, his silence more deadly than any war cry. Rifles gleamed, their barrels trained on the basin's heart, and Rip saw the trap's jaws, no cover, no escape, but a sheer cliff at the basin's edge, its face a mosaic of red stone and despair. El Diablo screamed, a sound that shook the canyon's soul, and charged the riders, his hooves a drumbeat of defiance. Rip's colt roared, each shot a prayer, dropping a man whose blood stained the earth like a sacrifice. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a rider's thigh, her cry a Comanche war song that seemed to summon the wind itself. The mare bolted, her scream piercing as a bullet grazed her flank, and Rip rolled free, his shoulder slamming into bone-strewn sand. The Apache tracker loomed, his knife a crescent of steel, his eyes empty as the void. Rip parried with his Colt, the barrel ringing against the blade, and drove his fist into the man's jaw, bone crunching under knuckles scarred by 100 fights. The tracker staggered, but his knife flicked, slicing Rip's forearm, a red line that burned like a brand. Nika's knife found the man's back, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his silence now eternal. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses rearing as his teeth tore at flesh, his hooves smashing bone. The remaining men fled, their curses swallowed by the canyon's echoes, and Rip stood, his chest heaving, blood dripping into the dust. Nika knelt beside the mare, her hands gentle as she checked the wound, her face a mask of grief and resolve. El Diablo paced nearby, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the cliff's summit, as if daring Pike himself to descend. Rip loaded his Colt, his hands steady despite the pain. "They'll be back," he said, his voice a river over stone. "Pike ain't one to let a debt slide." Nika rose, her eyes on the stallion. "My brother lives in Pike's chains. I will find him, or burn his empire to ash." Her words were a vow, etched in the canyon's stone, and Rip felt their weight, a call to a war he could not refuse. The sun burned higher, its light a forge for the battles to come. The canyon of bones held its secrets, whispering of rails that scarred the land, and a healer's fire that would not fade. El Diablo turned, his shadow a promise against the red earth, and Rip knew they would follow, through stone, through blood, to the heart of Pike's dominion, where the devil horse ran free. Chapter 6. The twilight draped the Palo Duro Canyon in a shroud of indigo, its red walls fading to silhouettes against a sky where stars burned like scattered embers. The air was heavy with the scent of sage and scorched earth, a reminder of the day's violence that lingered like a ghost in the canyon's folds. Rip Campbell crouched in a shallow alcove, his buckskin mare tethered nearby, her breath a soft rhythm in the gathering dark. The graze on her flank was bandaged, but her eyes held a weariness that mirrored Rip's own. Beside him, Nika, lone feather, worked with quiet precision, grinding herbs into a paste by the glow of a shielded fire, her braids swaying as she murmured a Comanche prayer for strength. The canyon of bones lay behind them, its bleached relics a testament to their narrow escape, but Rip knew Gideon Pike's shadow stretched closer, a noose tightening with every mile. His Colt rested across his knee, its barrel cool under his calloused fingers, and his gaze swept the canyon's rim, where mesquite and juniper clung to life amid crumbling shale. The fight in the basin had bought them time, but Pike's Apache tracker was dead, and the outlaw's wrath would be a storm to rival the plains' fiercest gales. Rip's forearm throbbed where the tracker's knife had bitten, the wound stitched by Nika's steady hands, and his thoughts drifted to Washita, blood on the snow, a child's cry silenced by his own saber. He'd sworn to outrun that sin, but the frontier had a way of dragging a man back to his debts. Nika's voice cut through his reverie, sharp as a flint's edge. "Your heart is heavy, Wasatchu. It clouds your aim." She smeared the herbal paste onto a strip of deerskin, her eyes glinting with the fire's reflection, her Comanche resolve a beacon in the dusk. Rip's mouth quirked, a ghost of a smile. "Reckon it does, Nika. But a heavy heart's what keeps me movin'." He chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying. "Your brother, Pike's got him for a reason. Ain't just ransom." Her fingers stilled, the paste forgotten. "Yellow Coyote is a warrior, not a pawn." Her voice trembled, not with fear but fury, and Rip saw the weight of her lineage, Iron Wolf's blood, a legacy Pike sought to break. Pike's men spoke of a white man's road, iron across our lands. "My brother knows its path." Rip nodded, the pieces falling like stones in a dry riverbed. The railroad, whispers of it haunted Iron Gap, tied to Pike's name and men in territorial halls. Not gold, but land and power, carved with blood and iron. He rose, his duster brushing the alcove stone, and checked the mare's tether. "We find Yellow Coyote, we find Pike's game. But we need a trail." A low rumble stirred the canyon, not thunder but hooves, deliberate and close. Rip's Colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika doused the fire, her knife gleaming as she crouched, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare snorted, her ears pinned, and Rip's eyes narrowed, tracing the defile's mouth where moonlight carved a silver blade through the dark. A shadow moved, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion emerged like a vision from Comanche lore, his black coat absorbing the starlight, his mane a storm cloud caught in the wind's embrace. His wounds were crusted but unheeded, his stride a challenge to the canyon's stillness. His eyes burned, not with rage but purpose, as if the spirits of Red Creek rode with him, their grief forged into his iron will. Rip's pulse quickened, a reverence deeper than fear, for this was no beast but a symbol of the plains' unbroken heart. Nika whispered, "He leads us to fire." Her voice held the cadence of puha, the sacred power, and she stepped toward the stallion, her hand outstretched. El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching, but he allowed her touch, a fleeting bond that seemed to draw the canyon's strength into her. Rip watched, his Colt lowered, knowing no bullet could command this creature, only follow where he ran. A shout rang out, harsh and human, followed by the crack of a rifle. Dust sprayed near El Diablo's hooves, and the stallion reared, his scream a war cry that shook the stars. Rip spun, his Colt roaring, the shot a thunderclap that dropped a shadow on the rim. A sniper, his rifle clattering into the void. Pike's men swarmed the canyon's edge, their torches flaring like demons' eyes, their voices a chorus of greed and hate. 10, perhaps 12, their spurs glinting as they descended, led by a giant in a preacher's coat, Pike himself, his sharp's rifle gleaming, his face a mask of pious cruelty. "Well, Campbell," Pike called, his voice a serpent's hymn, "you've stirred the Lord's wrath." His eyes flicked to Nika, then El Diablo, a hunger in their pale depths. "That horse and the squaw are mine. Kneel, and I'll spare your soul." Rip's drawl was cold as the canyon's stone. "Ain't much for kneelin', Gideon. And that horse don't take to chains." He stepped forward, his Colt steady, the mare behind him trembling but loyal. Nika stood at his side, her knife a crescent of defiance, her chant rising, a Comanche war song, fierce and unbroken. El Diablo charged, his hooves a drumbeat that split the night, his body a tempest of sinew and fury. He smashed through Pike's line, men screaming as his teeth tore flesh, his hooves crushing bone. Rip's Colt blazed, each shot a prayer, dropping 2 riders before they could draw. Nika darted low, her knife slashing a man's thigh, her cry summoning the wind's own wrath. Pike fired, his sharps a cannon's roar, and the mare screamed, blood blooming at her shoulder. Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the earth, his arm burning where a slug grazed him. The stallion's charge turned the tide, Pike's men scattering like leaves in a gale. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "The mare's done. We run with him." They sprinted after El Diablo, the canyon's twists their only shield, the stallion's shadow a guide through the dark. Pike's curses followed, laced with biblical venom, but his men faltered, their torches snuffed by the canyon's breath. They reached a hidden grotto, where a spring glittered beneath a willow's mournful boughs, its waters a mirror for the stars. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the defile's mouth, as if daring Pike to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound deep but not fatal, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his Colt, his blood dripping into the sand, his eyes on the stallion. "He fights for Yellow Coyote," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For our lands, stolen by iron and lies." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we fight with him." The twilight deepened, its shadows a forge for the war to come. Pike's empire loomed, a web of rails and blood, but in the grotto's silence Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The fire of vengeance burned, and El Diablo's trail led on, into the heart of a storm that would break or bind them all. Chapter 7. "Wasatchu, you bleed like a fool who courts death," Nika's voice sliced through the gloom of the Palo Duro grotto, sharp as the knife she held, its blade catching the flicker of starlight on the spring's mirrored surface. Her eyes, fierce with Comanche fire, studied Rip Campbell as he bound the graze on his arm, the blood soaking his duster's sleeve. The willow's mournful boughs swayed above, their shadows dancing on the red canyon walls, where the night's breath carried the scent of sage and distant smoke. Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "Reckon I've courted worse, Nika. Ain't dead yet." He tightened the knot, his Colt resting across his knee, its barrel cool under calloused fingers. The mare stood nearby, her shoulder wound bandaged by Nika's herbs, her breath a soft hymn in the stillness. The fight in the canyon's defile lingered in Rip's bones, Pike's men broken, El Diablo's charge a tempest of vengeance, but the outlaw's shadow loomed closer, tied to iron rails and a greed that devoured the land. Nika sheathed her knife, her braids swaying as she knelt by the spring, splashing water on her face. "Your heart carries ghosts," she said, her Comanche cadence a vow. "They blind you to the storm ahead." Her fingers traced the air, as if summoning Puha, the sacred power, and Rip saw the weight of her brother's captivity. Yellow Coyote, chained by Pike's will, a key to the railroad's path. He chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him against Washita's memories, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence. "Ghosts or no, I'm riding this trail," he said, his eyes on the grotto's mouth where moonlight carved a silver blade through the dark. "Pike's got answers, and I aim to hear 'em." A low rumble stirred the canyon, not hooves but a deeper tremor, as if the earth itself growled. Rip's Colt snapped up, the hammer's click a prayer in the silence. Nika rose, her knife gleaming, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare snorted, her ears pinned, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the defile's shadows. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a vision from Comanche lore, his black coat absorbing the starlight, his mane a storm cloud caught in the night's embrace. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the canyon's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the wind's heart." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood. Rip watched, his Colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, not cursed but chosen, a symbol of resistance against Pike's iron empire. A shout shattered the moment, coarse and human, followed by the flare of torches on the canyon's rim. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, descended like wolves on a wounded herd. Rip kicked dirt over the spring's reflection, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They're circlin'," he muttered, his tone cold as the stone beneath him. "We move, or we're buzzard bait." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. "The coyote does not kneel to the hunter's whip." She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the night's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the shale, and led them into the canyon's depths, his shadow a guide through the dark. The defile twisted, its walls closing like a trap, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, warriors, horses, suns, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and shale, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The canyon opened into a mesa, where a dry wash snaked through dunes of ash and bone, its edges fringed with mesquite and yucca. Pike's men crested the rim. 8 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a preacher in black, not Pike but his disciple, his sharp's rifle gleaming. "Campbell," the man roared, his voice a hymn of venom. "The Lord's judgment finds you." Rip's colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the earth like a sacrifice. "Ain't your lord I'm dodgin'," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the night, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dust. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulders slamming into the ash-strewn sand. The preacher fired, his sharps a cannon's roar, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the earth. His colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The preacher raised his rifle, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by the mace's silence. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "We're out of road." They sprinted after El Diablo, the mace's edge a sheer drop to a riverbed below, its waters a distant gleam under the moon. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion led them to a hidden trail, a goat path spiraling down the cliff's face. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose shale, Nika's grip anchoring him as the void clawed at their heels. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached the riverbed, its banks fringed with cottonwood and willow, the water a silver thread in the night. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the mace's rim, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his colt, his blood dripping into the sand, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for my brother," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For the land they scar with iron." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we run with him." The night deepened, its shadows a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a web of rails and blood, but in the riverbed's silence Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The shadow of the storm gathered, and El Diablo's trail led on, into the heart of a war that would forge or break them all. Chapter 8. The moon hung low over the Texas borderlands, a Judas coin casting its silver deceit across a land of mesquite and broken stone, where the Palo Duro's red walls stood sentinel under a sky thick with stars. The riverbed's cottonwoods whispered secrets to the night, their leaves trembling in a breeze that carried the faint tang of smoke and blood. Rip Campbell crouched beside a shallow pool, its surface a mirror for the moon's cold gaze, his buckskin mare tethered nearby, her breath a soft hymn despite the wounds she bore. Nika, lone feather, knelt a few paces off, her hands working a poultice of sage and pennyroyal, her braids swaying as she murmured a Comanche prayer for her brother Yellow Coyote, lost to Pike's chains. The fight on the mesa lingered in Rip's bones, El Diablo's charge, the preacher's fall, but the outlaw's reach was a noose tightening, and the night held no mercy. Rip's colt rested across his knee, its barrel cool under fingers scarred by a decade of hard trails. His forearm throbbed where Nika's stitches held, and his duster was crusted with dust and blood, a map of their flight from the Canyon of Bones. Washida's ghosts haunted him, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence, and now Pike's empire loomed, a web of iron rails and territorial greed that stained the land as surely as Red Creek's massacre. He chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and scanned the riverbed's banks, where yucca and willow stood like mourners in the moonlight. Nika's voice cut the silence, sharp as her knife's edge. "You trust this place, Wasatchu? The moon betrays as easily as men." Her eyes glinted with Comanche fire, her wound bandaged but her spirit fierce, a healer's heart forged in warrior's steel. Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "Moon's honest enough, Nika. It's men like Pike that twist the light." He passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying, and rose, his boots sinking into the riverbed's soft earth. "We need a trail to your brother. This riverbed's a start, but Pike's dogs ain't far." A low snort broke the night, not the mare but something wilder. Rip's Colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she stood, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare's ears pinned, her nostrils quivering, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the cottonwood shadows. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a Comanche legend, his black coat absorbing the moonlight, his mane a storm cloud caught in the breeze. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the riverbed's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the star's will." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood and the mace's fire. Rip watched, his Colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, not cursed but chosen, a symbol of resistance against Pike's iron empire. A shout rang out, coarse and human, followed by the flare of torches beyond the riverbed's bend. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, their spurs glinting like cruel stars. Rip kicked dirt over the poultice's faint glow, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They've tracked us," he muttered, his tone cold as the riverbed's stone. "We move or we're done." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. "The hawk flies where the hunter cannot follow." She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the night's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the riverbed's shale, and led them into the shadows, his shadow a guide through the dark. The riverbed twisted, its banks narrowing as cottonwoods gave way to cliffs, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, horses, sons, warriors, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and shale, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The riverbed opened into a badland, where dunes of ash and bone stretched under the Judas moon, their edges fringed with mesquite and thorn. Pike's men crested the cliffs, 10 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a man in a gambler's vest, his Winchester gleaming, his grin a slash of malice. "Campbell," he roared, his voice a serpent's hiss. "Pike's got a noose with your name." Rip's Colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the ash like a sacrifice. "Tell Pike I ain't one for hanging," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the night, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dust. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulder slamming into the bone-strewn sand. The gambler fired, his Winchester a cannon's roar, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the earth. His Colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The gambler raised his rifle, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by the badland's silence. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. We're out of ground. They sprinted after El Diablo, the Badlands' edge a sheer drop to a dry wash below, its bed a maze of stone and shadow. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion led them to a hidden trail, a coyote path spiraling down the cliff's face. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose shale, Nika's grip anchoring him as the void clawed at their heels. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached the wash, its banks fringed with sage and cactus, the moonlight pooling like quicksilver. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the Badlands' rim, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his Colt, his blood dripping into the sand, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for my brother," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For the land they scar with iron." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we run with him." The Judas moon burned brighter, its light a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a web of rails and blood, but in the wash's silence Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The shadow of betrayal lingered, but El Diablo's trail led on, into the heart of a storm that would forge or break them all. Chapter 9. The dawn broke over the Texas borderlands like a wound laid bare, its light spilling crimson across a land of mesquite and broken stone, where the dry wash twisted through cliffs that stood as mournful sentinels under a sky of burnished gold. The air was sharp with the scent of sage and alkali, a breath of the frontier's unyielding heart. Rip Campbell leaned against a boulder veined with quartz, his buckskin mare tethered nearby, her breath a soft hymn despite the wounds she bore from the Badlands fight. Nika, lone feather, knelt by a trickle of water, her hands working a poultice of yarrow and cedar, her braids swaying as she whispered a Comanche prayer for her brother Yellow Coyote lost to Pike's chains. The gambler's blood still stained Rip's duster, a reminder of the night's violence, but Gideon Pike's empire loomed closer, a web of iron rails and territorial greed that scarred the land as surely as Red Creek's massacre. Rip's Colt rested across his knee, its barrel cool under fingers scarred by hard trails. His forearm throbbed where Nika's stitches held, and his eyes scanned the wash's banks, where cactus and willow stood like mourners in the dawn's glow. Washida's ghost clung to him, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence, and now Pike's shadow stretched across the plains, his name tied to whispers of a railroad that devoured Comanche lands. Rip chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and felt the weight of Nika's gaze, her Comanche fire a challenge to his silence. "You ride with death, Wasatchu," she said, her voice a blade honed by grief. "Yet you fear its truth." Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "Ain't death I fear, Nika. It's leavin' things undone." He passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying, and rose, his boots sinking into the wash's soft earth. "Your brother's alive. Pike's keepin' him for a reason, likely that railroad's path. We find him, we cut Pike's strings." A low snort broke the dawn, not the mare but something wilder. Rip's Colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she stood, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare's ears pinned, her nostrils quivering, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the wash's shadows. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a Comanche legend, his black coat absorbing the dawn's fire, his mane a storm cloud caught in the breeze. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the wash's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the sun's wrath." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood and the Badlands' fire. Rip watched, his Colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, chosen by the land's heart, not cursed but defiant, a symbol of resistance against Pike's iron empire. A shout rang out, harsh and human, followed by the clatter of hooves beyond the wash's bend. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, their spurs glinting like cruel stars. Rip kicked dirt over the poultice's faint glow, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They've sniffed our trail," he muttered, his tone cold as the wash's stone. "We move, or we're buzzard bait." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. The coyote does not bow to the hunter's noose. She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the dawn's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the wash's shale, and led them into the shadows, his shadow a guide through the light. The wash twisted, its banks narrowing as cliffs rose, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, warriors, horses, suns, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and shale, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The wash opened into a ghost town, its sagging adobes and splintered boardwalks a testament to dreams drowned in dust. Hangtown, the locals called it, where a gallows stood in the square, its noose swaying like a pendulum under the dawn's crimson glow. Pike's men crested the cliffs, 8 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a man in a black coat, not Pike but his enforcer, his Sharp's rifle gleaming. "Campbell," he roared, his voice a hymn of venom. "The Lord's noose awaits you." Rip's Colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the dust like a sacrifice. "Ain't your lord I'm dodgin'," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the dawn, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dust. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulder slamming into the adobe's crumbling wall. The enforcer fired, his Sharps a cannon's roar, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the earth. His Colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The enforcer raised his rifle, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by Hangtown's silence. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "We're out of ground." They sprinted after El Diablo, the gallows shadow stretching like a warning across the square. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion led them to a hidden alley, its walls a maze of adobe and despair. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose dirt, Nika's grip anchoring him as the noose's shadow faded. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached a ridge beyond Hangtown, its crest fringed with mesquite and yucca, the dawn pooling like fire across the plains. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the town's silhouette, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his Colt, his blood dripping into the dust, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for Yellow Coyote," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For the land they scar with iron." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we run with him." The dawn burned brighter, its light a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a web of rails and blood, but in the ridge's silence Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The hangman's shadow lingered, but El Diablo's trail led on, into the heart of a storm that would forge or break them all. Chapter 10. The sun hung like a brazen shield over the Texas frontier, its light searing the plains where mesquite and buffalo grass bowed beneath a wind as relentless as fate. The ridge beyond Hangtown gave way to a vast tableland, its surface cracked like the skin of some ancient beast, where yucca and sage stood as lone sentinels under a sky of unyielding blue. Rip Campbell urged his buckskin mare across the scorched earth, her hooves stirring clouds of alkali dust that shimmered like powdered silver in the noon glare. Behind him, Nika, lone feather, rode close, her wound stitched but her spirit fierce, her braids swaying as she scanned the horizon for signs of Gideon Pike's hounds. The mare's breath rasped, her wounds bandaged but her courage unbroken, a testament to the wild heart that carried them through Hangtown's noose. Rip's colt rested at his hip, its walnut grip worn smooth by years of hard choices, and his duster was crusted with the blood and dust of their flight. The enforcer's fall in the ghost town lingered in his mind. El Diablo's charge, Nika's war song, but Pike's empire loomed larger, a web of iron rails and territorial greed that scarred the land as surely as Red Creek's massacre. Washida's ghosts haunted him, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence, and now whispers of a governor's coin, a deal struck in territorial halls, tied Pike's name to a railroad that devoured Comanche lands. Rip chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and felt the weight of Nika's silence, her Comanche fire a challenge to the plain's vastness. "You ride like a man hunted, Wasatchu," Nika said, her voice a blade honed by grief, her eyes glinting with the sun's fire. "What do you seek beyond Pike's blood?" Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "Truth, Nika. Pike's just the blade, someone's holding the hilt." He passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying, and scanned the tableland's edge where a dust cloud rose, faint but deliberate. "Your brother knows the railroad's path. We find Yellow Coyote, we find the governor's coin." A low snort broke the noon stillness, not the mare but something wilder. Rip's colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she dismounted, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare's ears pinned, her nostrils quivering, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the sagebrush's shadows. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a Comanche legend, his black coat absorbing the sun's fire, his mane a storm cloud caught in the wind's embrace. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the tableland's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the earth's pulse." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood and Hangtown's dust. Rip watched, his colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, chosen by the land's heart, a symbol of resistance against Pike's iron empire. A shout rang out, harsh and human, followed by the clatter of hooves beyond the tableland's rim. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, their spurs glinting like cruel stars. Rip kicked dirt over the faint glow of Nika's poultice, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They've got our scent," he muttered, his tone cold as the tableland's stone. "We move, or we're buzzard bait." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. The hawk soars where the hunter's arrow fails. She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the sun's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the cracked earth, and led them into the sagebrush, his shadow a guide through the light. The tableland sloped into a canyon, its walls rising like the bones of a forgotten world, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, warriors, horses, suns, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and shale, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The canyon opened into a rail camp, its tents and timbers a scar on the land's red heart, where Chinese laborers toiled under the lash of foremen, their picks ringing like a dirge. A locomotive loomed, its iron bulk a beast of progress, its stack belching smoke that stained the sky. Pike's men crested the canyon's rim. 10 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a man in a tailored coat, not Pike, but a territorial agent, his revolver gleaming. "Campbell," he roared, his voice a serpent's hiss. "The governor's coin buys your grave." Rip's colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the dust like a sacrifice. "Ain't your coin I'm after," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the noon, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dirt. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulder slamming into the camp's churned earth. The agent fired, his revolver a cannon's roar, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the dirt. His Colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The agent raised his revolver, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by the camp's clamor. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "We're out of ground." They sprinted after El Diablo, the camp's edge a maze of crates and rails, the locomotive's shadow stretching like a warning. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion led them to a hidden gulch, its walls a fortress of stone and despair. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose shale, Nika's grip anchoring him as the camp's din faded. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached a hollow, its floor fringed with mesquite and cedar, the sun pooling like fire across the earth. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the camp's smoke, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his Colt, his blood dripping into the dust, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for Yellow Coyote," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For the land they scar with iron." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we run with him." The sun burned brighter, its light a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a web of rails and blood, the governor's coin its hidden heart. In the hollow silence, Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The trail led on, through stone and fire, to a reckoning that would forge or break them all. Chapter 11. The dusk settled over the Texas frontier like a mourner's veil, its amber light fading into a tapestry of indigo, where stars began to pierce the sky's vast dome. The hollow beyond the rail camp gave way to a rugged mesa, its surface strewn with boulders and sage, where the wind sang a dirge through twisted junipers that clung to life amid the red earth's scars. Rip Campbell guided his buckskin mare along a narrow trail, her hooves crunching on shale that gleamed like bone under the twilight's glow. Behind him, Nika, lone feather, rode close, her wound a shadow beneath her Comanche resolve, her braids swaying as she scanned the mesa's rim for Gideon Pike's relentless hounds. The mare's breath was steady, her wounds bandaged by Nika's herbs, but her eyes held a weariness that mirrored Rip's own, a silent testament to their flight through the governor's iron grip. Rip's Colt rested at his hip, its walnut grip a familiar weight against fingers scarred by hard trails, and his duster was crusted with the dust and blood of the rail camp's chaos. The agent's fall lingered in his mind, El Diablo's storm, Nika's war cry, but Pike's empire loomed larger, a web of rails and territorial greed that bled the land as surely as Red Creek's massacre. Washida's ghosts haunted him, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence, and now the governor's coin, a whispered deal tying Pike to men in high offices, burned in his thoughts like a brand. Rip chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and felt the weight of Nika's silence, her Comanche fire a challenge to the mesa's stillness. "You chase shadows, Wasatchu," Nika said, her voice a blade forged in grief, her eyes glinting with the dusk's last fire. "What do you owe my brother, or this land?" Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "A debt, Nika. To kids I couldn't save, to a fight I didn't finish." He passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying, and scanned the mesa's edge where a faint dust cloud stirred, deliberate and ominous. "Yellow Coyote's your kin, but he's Pike's key to the railroad's heart. We free him, we break the chain." A low snort broke the twilight's hush, not the mare but something wilder. Rip's Colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she dismounted, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare's ears pinned, her nostrils quivering, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the juniper shadows. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a Comanche legend, his black coat absorbing the starlight, his mane a storm cloud caught in the wind's embrace. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the mesa's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the blood of the innocent." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood and the rail camp's fire. Rip watched, his Colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, chosen by the land's heart, a symbol of defiance against Pike's iron empire. A shout rang out, harsh and human, followed by the clatter of hooves beyond the mesa's rim. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, their spurs glinting like cruel stars. Rip kicked dirt over the faint glow of Nika's poultice, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They've tracked us," he muttered, his tone cold as the mesa's stone. "We move, or we're carrion." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. The wolf does not flee the hunter's snare. She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the dusk's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the shale, and led them into the shadows, his shadow a guide through the twilight. The mesa sloped into a gorge, its walls rising like the ribs of a forgotten god, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, warriors, horses, stars, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and shale, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The gorge opened into a mission ruin, its adobe walls crumbling under the weight of time, where a bell tower stood sentinel, its iron silent but unbowed. Crosses of weathered wood dotted a graveyard, their shadows stretching like accusations across the dust. Pike's men crested the gorge's rim, 12 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a man in a cavalry coat, not Pike but his captain, his saber gleaming. "Campbell," he roared, his voice a serpent's hiss. "The governor's will buries you." Rip's Colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the dust like a sacrifice. "Ain't your governor I'm fightin'," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the dusk, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dirt. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulder slamming into the mission's crumbling wall. The captain swung his saber, its arc a crescent of steel, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the earth. His Colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The captain raised his saber, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by the mission's silence. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "We're out of ground." They sprinted after El Diablo, the graveyard's edge a maze of crosses and despair, the bell tower's shadow stretching like a warning. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion led them to a hidden crypt, its stone door a fortress of shadow and dust. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose earth, Nika's grip anchoring him as the mission's din faded. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached a cavern beneath the crypt, its walls fringed with moss and silence, the dusk's light pooling like fire through a crack above. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the mission's echo, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his Colt, his blood dripping into the stone, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for the innocent," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For Yellow Coyote, for the blood they spill." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we run with him." The dusk deepened, its shadows a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a web of rails and blood, the governor's coin its hidden heart. In the cavern's silence, Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The blood of the innocent called, and El Diablo's trail led on, through stone and fire, to a reckoning that would forge or break them all. Chapter 12. The night cloaked the Texas frontier in a mantle of shadow, its stars a scattered testament to a sky that knew no mercy, their light glinting off the red stone of a cavern beneath the mission's crypt. The air was cool and heavy with the scent of moss and ancient earth, a breath of secrets held by walls that had seen centuries pass in silence. Rip Campbell leaned against a stalagmite, its surface slick with damp, his buckskin mare tethered nearby, her breath a soft hymn despite the wounds she bore from the mission's fray. Nika, lone feather, knelt by a faint trickle of water, her hands grinding cedar and yarrow into a poultice, her braids swaying as she murmured a Comanche prayer for her brother, Yellow Coyote, chained by Gideon Pike's iron will. The captain's blood still stained Rip's duster, a mark of the gorge's violence, but Pike's empire loomed larger, a veil of rails and territorial greed that bled the land as surely as Red Creek's massacre. Rip's Colt rested across his knee, its walnut grip a steady weight under fingers scarred by hard trails, and his eyes scanned the cavern's shadows, where moonlight filtered through a crack above, casting silver veins across the stone. Washida's ghost clung to him, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence, and now the governor's coin, a deal whispered in territorial halls, tied Pike's name to a railroad that carved Comanche lands like a blade. Rip chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and felt the weight of Nika's gaze, her Comanche fire a challenge to the cavern's stillness. "You chase a storm, Wasatchu," Nika said, her voice a blade forged in grief, her eyes glinting with the moonlight's fire. "What do you owe my brother, or this land you tread?" Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "A reckonin', Nika. For sins I didn't bury, for a fight I can't walk from." He passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying, and rose, his boots scraping the cavern's floor. "Yellow Coyote's your kin, but he's Pike's map to the railroad's heart. We free him, we tear the veil." A low snort broke the night's hush, not the mare but something wilder. Rip's Colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she stood, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare's ears pinned, her nostrils quivering, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the cavern's depths. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a Comanche legend, his black coat absorbing the moonlight, his mane a storm cloud caught in the cavern's breath. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the stone's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the night's vow." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood and the mission's fire. Rip watched, his Colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, chosen by the land's heart, a symbol of defiance against Pike's iron empire. A shout rang out, harsh and human, followed by the clatter of hooves beyond the cavern's crack. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, their torches flaring like demons' eyes. Rip kicked dirt over the poultice's faint glow, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They've found the crypt," he muttered, his tone cold as the cavern's stone. "We move or we're entombed." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. The owl hunts where the hunter's torch fails. She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the night's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the stone, and led them deeper into the cavern, his shadow a guide through the dark. The cavern twisted, its walls narrowing as stalactites loomed like the fangs of a forgotten beast, their surfaces etched with faint Comanche markings, horses, stars, warriors, relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, ricocheting off stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and stone, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The cavern opened into a mesa, its surface a sea of dunes and mesquite, where a rail line gleamed under the starlight, its iron a scar on the land's red heart. A work camp sprawled nearby, Its tents and fires a hive of toil, where laborers bent under the lash of foremen, their hammers ringing like a dirge. Pike's men crested the mesa's rim. 14 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a man in a preacher's coat, not Pike but his zealot, his Sharp's rifle gleaming. "Campbell," he roared, his voice a hymn of venom. "The Lord's veil hides your doom." Rip's Colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the dust like a sacrifice. "Ain't your Lord I'm rippin' through," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the night, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dirt. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulders slamming into the mesa's cracked earth. The zealot fired, his Sharps a cannon's roar, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the dirt. His Colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The zealot raised his rifle, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by the mesa's silence. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "We're out of ground." They sprinted after El Diablo, the camp's edge a maze of crates and rails, the work camp's fires casting shadows like specters. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion led them to a hidden arroyo, its walls a fortress of stone and sage. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose earth, Nika's grip anchoring him as the camp's din faded. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached a grove, its floor fringed with cedar and willow, the starlight pooling like quicksilver across the earth. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the camp's smoke, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his Colt, his blood dripping into the dust, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for Yellow Coyote," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For the land they shroud in iron." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we run with him." The night deepened, its shadows a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a veil of rails and blood, the governor's coin its hidden heart. In the grove's silence, Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The iron veil trembled, and El Diablo's trail led on, through stone and fire, to a reckoning that would forge or break them all. Chapter 13. The dawn crept over the Texas frontier like a thief, its pale light stealing across a grove of cedar and willow, where the earth lay soft and shadowed beneath a sky bruised with the last of night's stars. The air was sharp with the scent of sage and dew, a breath of hope in a land scarred by iron and blood. Rip Campbell crouched by a shallow stream, its waters glinting like quicksilver under the rising sun, his buckskin mare tethered nearby, her breath a soft hymn despite the wounds she bore from the mesa's fray. Nika, lone feather, knelt a few paces off, her hands weaving a poultice of yarrow and mesquite sap, her braids swaying as she murmured a Comanche prayer for her brother Yellow Coyote, chained by Gideon Pike's relentless greed. The zealot's blood still stained Rip's duster, a mark of the rail camp's violence, but Pike's empire loomed larger, a veil of rails and territorial ambition that bled the land as surely as Red Creek's massacre. Rip's Colt rested across his knee, its walnut grip a steady weight under fingers scarred by hard trails, and his eyes scanned the grove's edges, where mesquite and cactus stood like sentinels in the dawn's glow. Washita's ghost clung to him, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence, and now the governor's coin, a deal whispered in territorial halls, tied Pike's name to a railroad that carved Comanche lands like a blade. Rip chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and felt the weight of Nika's gaze, her Comanche fire a challenge to the grove's stillness. "You ride with a curse, Wasatchu," Nika said, her voice a blade forged in grief, her eyes glinting with the dawn's fire. "What oath binds you to this fight?" Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "A promise, Nika. To right what I broke, to stand where I fell." He passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying, and rose, his boots sinking into the grove's soft earth. "Yellow Coyote's your kin, but he's Pike's key to the railroad's soul. We free him, we shatter the iron." A low snort broke the dawn's hush, not the mare but something wilder. Rip's Colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she stood, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare's ears pinned, her nostrils quivering, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the willow's shadows. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a Comanche legend, his black coat absorbing the dawn's fire, his mane a storm cloud caught in the breeze. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the grove's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the dawn's oath." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood and the Mesa's fire. Rip watched, his Colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, chosen by the land's heart, a symbol of defiance against Pike's iron empire. A shout rang out, harsh and human, followed by the clatter of hooves beyond the grove's rim. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, their spurs glinting like cruel stars. Rip kicked dirt over the poultice's faint glow, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They've sniffed our trail," he muttered, his tone cold as the grove's stone. "We move or we're dust." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. The eagle strikes where the hunter's eye fails. She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the dawn's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the earth, and led them into the shadows, his shadow a guide through the light. The grove opened into a canyon, its walls rising like the bones of a forgotten world, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, warriors, horses, stars, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and shale, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The canyon spilled into a railyard, its tracks gleaming like veins of iron across the land's red heart, where boxcars loomed under the dawn's glow, their sides scarred by weather and toil. A stockade stood nearby, its timbers bristling with riflemen, a fortress of Pike's dominion. Pike's men crested the canyon's rim, 10 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a man in a duster, not Pike but his foreman, his Winchester gleaming. "Campbell," he roared, his voice a serpent's hiss. "The governor's oath buries you." Rip's Colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the dust like a sacrifice. "Ain't your oath I'm breakin'," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the dawn, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dirt. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulder slamming into the yard's churned earth. The foreman fired, his Winchester a cannon's roar, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the dirt. His Colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The foreman raised his rifle, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by the yard's clamor. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "We're out of ground." They sprinted after El Diablo, the stockade's edge a maze of crates and iron, the rail yard's fires casting shadows like specters. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion led them to a hidden gulch, its walls a fortress of stone and mesquite. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose earth, Nika's grip anchoring him as the yard's din faded. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached a hollow, its floor fringed with cedar and sage, the dawn pooling like fire across the earth. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the yard's smoke, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his colt, his blood dripping into the dust, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for Yellow Coyote," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For the land they chain with iron." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we ride with him." The dawn burned brighter, its light a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a veil of rails and blood, the governor's coin its hidden heart. In the hollow silence, Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The rider's oath bound them, and El Diablo's trail led on, through stone and fire, to a reckoning that would forge or break them all. Chapter 14. The dawn broke over the Texas frontier like a prayer unanswered, its light spilling gold across a hollow of cedar and sage, where the earth lay soft beneath a sky where clouds drifted like ghosts of forgotten storms. The air was sharp with the scent of dew and mesquite, a fleeting balm in a land scarred by iron and blood. Rip Campbell crouched by a trickle of water, its surface glinting like a shattered mirror under the rising sun, his buckskin mare tethered nearby, her breath a soft hymn despite the wounds she bore from the railyard's fray. Nika, lone feather, knelt a few paces off, her hands weaving a poultice of yarrow and cedar sap, her braids swaying as she murmured a Comanche prayer for her brother, Yellow Coyote, chained by Gideon Pike's relentless greed. The foreman's blood still stained Rip's duster, a mark of the stockade's violence, but Pike's empire loomed larger, a veil of rails and territorial ambition that bled the land as surely as Red Creek's massacre. Rip's colt rested across his knee, its walnut grip a steady weight under fingers scarred by hard trails, and his eyes scanned the hollow's edges, where mesquite and cactus stood like mourners in the dawn's glow. Washida's ghost clung to him, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence, and now the governor's coin, a deal whispered in territorial halls, tied Pike's name to a railroad that carved Comanche lands like a blade. Rip chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and felt the weight of Nika's gaze, her Comanche fire, a challenge to the hollow's stillness. "You ride with a wound deeper than flesh, Wasatchu," Nika said, her voice a blade forged in grief, her eyes glinting with the dawn's fire. "What drives you to this mission?" Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "Redemption, Nika. For blood I didn't stop, for a fight I can't quit." He passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying, and rose, his boots sinking into the hollow's soft earth. "Yellow Coyote's your kin, but he's Pike's key to the railroad's heart. We free him, we burn the veil." A low snort broke the dawn's hush, not the mare but something wilder. Rip's colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she stood, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare's ears pinned, her nostrils quivering, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the cedar's shadows. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a Comanche legend, his black coat absorbing the dawn's fire, his mane a storm cloud caught in the breeze. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the hollow's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the sun's vow." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood and the railyard's fire. Rip watched, his colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, chosen by the land's heart, a symbol of defiance against Pike's iron empire. A shout rang out, harsh and human, followed by the clatter of hooves beyond the hollow's rim. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, their spurs glinting like cruel stars. Rip kicked dirt over the poultice's faint glow, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They've tracked the gulch," he muttered, his tone cold as the hollow stone. "We move or we're dust." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. The falcon dives where the hunter's arrow fails. She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the dawn's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the earth, and led them into the shadows, his shadow a guide through the light. The hollow opened into a canyon, its walls rising like the bones of a forgotten god, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, warriors, horses, suns, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and shale, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The canyon spilled into a mission, its adobe walls weathered but unbowed, modeled on San Javier's ancient grace, where a chapel stood sentinel, its bell silent but heavy with the weight of lost prayers. A wooden gate creaked in the dawn breeze, guarding a courtyard where shadows pooled like blood. Pike's men crested the canyon's rim, 12 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a man in a black vest, not Pike but his lieutenant, his Winchester gleaming. "Campbell," he roared, his voice a serpent's hiss. "The governor's mission ends you." Rip's Colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the dust like a sacrifice. "Ain't your mission I'm stormin'," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the dawn, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dirt. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulder slamming into the chapel's crumbling wall. The lieutenant fired, his Winchester a cannon's roar, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the adobe. His Colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The lieutenant raised his rifle, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by the mission's silence. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "We're out of ground." They sprinted after El Diablo, the courtyard's edge a maze of barrels and broken stone, the chapel's shadow stretching like a warning. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion smashed through the gate, its timbers splintering like dry bones. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose earth, Nika's grip anchoring him as the mission's din faded. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached a ridge beyond the mission, its crest fringed with mesquite and yucca, the dawn pooling like fire across the plains. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the mission's silhouette, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside her, her hands gentle as she applied her herbal paste, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his Colt, his blood dripping into the dust, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for Yellow Coyote," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For the land they chain with iron." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we ride with him." The dawn burned brighter, its light a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a veil of rails and blood, the governor's coin its hidden heart. In the ridge's silence, Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. The mission's dawn had passed, and El Diablo's trail led on, through stone and fire, to a reckoning that would forge or break them all. Chapter 15. The sun climbed high over the Texas frontier, its light a molten blade that carved the ridge beyond the mission into stark plains of fire and shadow, where mesquite and yucca stood as silent mourners beneath a sky of relentless blue. The air was heavy with the scent of sage and scorched earth, a breath of defiance in a land bled by iron and greed. Rip Campbell leaned against a boulder veined with quartz, his buckskin mare tethered nearby, her breath a soft hymn despite the wounds she bore from the mission's fray. Nika, lone feather, knelt by a cluster of pennyroyal, her hands weaving a poultice of its leaves and cedar sap, her braids swaying as she murmured a Comanche prayer for her brother Yellow Coyote, chained by Gideon Pike's merciless ambition. The lieutenant's blood still stained Rip's duster, a mark of the courtyard's violence, but Pike's empire loomed larger, a veil of rails and territorial hunger that scarred the land as surely as Red Creek's massacre. Rip's Colt rested across his knee, its walnut grip a steady weight under fingers scarred by hard trails, and his eyes scanned the ridge's crest, where dust stirred faintly a whisper of pursuit. Washida's ghost clung to him, blood on the snow, a child's cry he'd never silence. And now the governor's coin, a deal whispered in territorial halls, tied Pike's name to a railroad that devoured Comanche lands like a plague. Rip chewed a strip of jerky, the salt grounding him, and felt the weight of Nika's gaze, her Comanche fire, a challenge to the ridge's stillness. "You carry a shadow, Wasatchu," Nika said, her voice a blade forged in grief, her eyes glinting with the sun's fire. "What binds you to this blade's edge?" Rip's drawl was steady, a river over stone. "A debt, Nika. To blood I didn't save, to a fight I won't abandon." He passed her his canteen, its rawhide cord swaying, and rose, his boots sinking into the ridge's cracked earth. "Yellow Coyote's your kin, but he's Pike's map to the railroad's heart. We free him, we cut the iron." A low snort broke the noon's hush, not the mare but something wilder. Rip's Colt snapped up, the hammer's click a vow in the silence. Nika froze, her knife gleaming as she stood, her breath a controlled hiss. The mare's ears pinned, her nostrils quivering, and Rip's gaze narrowed, tracing the yucca's shadows. A shape emerged, massive and untamed, El Diablo. The stallion stood like a Comanche legend, his black coat absorbing the sun's fire, his mane a storm cloud caught in the breeze. His wounds were crusted, his stride unbroken, and his eyes burned with a purpose that seemed to draw the ridge's secrets into focus. Nika's voice softened, a whisper of awe. "He carries the fire's truth." She stepped toward him, her hand outstretched, and El Diablo snorted, his muzzle twitching but allowing her touch, a bond forged in Red Creek's blood and the mission's fire. Rip watched, his Colt lowered, feeling the stallion's presence, a spirit of the plains, chosen by the land's heart, a symbol of defiance against Pike's iron empire. A shout rang out, harsh and human, followed by the clatter of hooves beyond the ridge's rim. Pike's men, their voices a chorus of predation, their spurs glinting like cruel stars. Rip kicked dirt over the poultice's faint glow, the mare trembling as he untethered her. "They've tracked the mission," he muttered, his tone cold as the ridge's stone. "We move or we're dust." Nika's knife flashed, her words a vow. The viper strikes where the hunter's boot treads. She vaulted onto the mare behind Rip, her grip fierce, her prayer a Comanche chant that seemed to summon the sun's own strength. El Diablo wheeled, his hooves striking sparks from the shale, and led them into the shadows, his shadow a guide through the light. The ridge sloped into a canyon, its walls rising like the ribs of a forgotten god, their surfaces carved with petroglyphs, warriors, horses, suns, fading relics of a people Pike sought to erase. Bullets whined past, chipping stone into deadly shards, and Rip leaned low, the mare's mane whipping his face. Nika's arm hooked around his waist, her breath a fierce rhythm, and he felt her resolve, a healer's fire that burned brighter than fear. The stallion's stride was a drumbeat, carving a path through shadow and shale, and Rip spurred the mare to match him, her courage a match for their need. The canyon opened into a Comanche camp, its teepees of buffalo hide standing proud, their poles adorned with raven feathers that danced in the breeze. A fire burned low, its smoke hurling like a prayer, and a boy stood guard, his eyes wide with fear and defiance. Pike's men crested the canyon's rim, 10 riders, their faces shadowed by dust and hate, led by a man in a cavalry hat, not Pike but his enforcer, his saber gleaming. "Campbell," he roared, his voice a serpent's hiss. "The governor's blade carves you." Rip's Colt roared, the shot a thunderclap, dropping a rider whose blood stained the dust like a sacrifice. "Ain't your blade I'm fackin'," he called, his drawl steady as the stars. El Diablo charged, his hooves a storm that split the noon, his teeth tearing at a horse's flank, sending its rider screaming into the dirt. Nika leaped from the mare, her knife slashing a man's arm, her cry a war song that chilled the air. The mare reared, a bullet grazing her haunch, and Rip rolled free, his shoulder slamming into the camp's churned earth. The enforcer swung his saber, its arc a crescent of steel, and Rip dove, shielding Nika as bullets chewed the dirt. His Colt blazed, each shot precise, dropping 2 men before they could draw. El Diablo's charge broke the rider's line, horses bolting as his hooves crushed bone, his scream a challenge to the heavens. The enforcer raised his saber, but Nika's knife found his thigh, her strike swift and silent, and he fell, his curses swallowed by the camp's silence. Rip hauled Nika to her feet, his voice urgent. "We're out of ground." They sprinted after El Diablo, the camp's edge a maze of teepees and embers, the fire's shadow stretching like a warning. Pike's men rallied, their torches flaring, but the stallion led them to a hidden trail, its path a ribbon of stone and sage. Rip pushed the mare forward, her hooves scrabbling on loose earth, Nika's grip anchoring him as the camp's din faded. El Diablo followed, his iron-shod shoes striking sparks, his presence a defiance of death itself. They reached a bluff, its crest fringed with cedar and mesquite, the sun pooling like fire across the plains. El Diablo slowed, his ribs heaving, his gaze fixed on the camp's smoke, as if daring Pike's men to follow. Rip checked the mare, her wound shallow but bleeding, and Nika knelt beside the boy, her hands gentle as she freed him from his bonds, her prayer a whisper of hope. Rip loaded his Colt, his blood dripping into the dust, his eyes on the stallion. "He runs for the innocent," Nika said, her voice a vow. "For Yellow Coyote, for the land they chain." Rip nodded, his heart heavy but resolute. "Then we ride with him." The sun burned brighter, its light a forge for the battles to come. Pike's empire loomed, a veil of rails and blood, the governor's coin its hidden heart. In the bluff silence, Rip felt the stir of something fierce and free. Chapter 16. The drumbeat throbbed, a low, insistent pulse against the heavy silence of the council lodge, like the slow seep of poison from an infected wound. Its rhythm echoed the tension coiled in the smoky air, a taut wire humming with unspoken fears and the grim anticipation of violence yet to come. Shadows writhed on the tanned buffalo hides lining the walls, cast by a solitary fire that spat sparks and illuminated the faces of the gathered men in brief, stark flashes. The air was thick, layered with the smells of wood smoke, sweat, curing leather, and the sharp, metallic tang of old blood. Rip Campbell sat cross-legged, the hard-packed earth cool beneath him, a stark contrast to the turmoil churning within. His trail-worn body ached, a map of exhaustion drawn across muscle and bone, but his gaze was steady, fixed on the small glass vials resting on a worn buffalo hide spread between him and the Comanche chief. They gleamed dully in the firelight, potential salvation, potential betrayal, symbols of the white man's medicine that felt alien and unwelcome in this place of ancient ways. The weight of his journey pressed down on him, heavier than the miles, heavier than the gunfire. Washida's ghosts whispered just beyond the firelight, their presence a cold reminder of past failures and debts unpaid. Outside, tethered just beyond the lodge entrance were the last bruised vestiges of twilight surrendered to the vast, star-dusted canvas of the plains night. El Diablo stood. The great black stallion's breath sawed in the cool air, still ragged from their desperate flight but steady now. Even in stillness, a coiled energy emanated from him, a wildness that the confines of the camp couldn't tame, his spirit as untamed as the canyons that birthed him. Closer to the fire, seeking its meager warmth against a chill that ran deeper than the night air, huddled the boy. Tomas, he'd whispered his name, his voice thin as dust. He shivered, though sweat beaded on his brow, his thin fingers tracing again and again the hideous, puckered scar seared into the skin of his forehead, property of Carlyle. The firelight caught the raw edges of the brand, a testament to a cruelty that defied reason, a mark of ownership that sought to strip away not just freedom, but humanity itself. His eyes, wide and dark, reflected the dancing flames, mirroring the fear and confusion that held him captive. Chief Iron Hand, his face a mask of weathered granite etched with the wisdom and sorrow of countless seasons, leaned forward. His movements were deliberate, imbued with the gravity of ritual. He passed a smoldering bundle of sage slowly before the boy's face, the gray-green smoke curling upwards, carrying its sharp cleansing scent into the lodge's heavy atmosphere. The tip of the sage bundle glowed fiercely, and as it neared the brand, the tortured flesh sizzled almost imperceptibly. A faint, sickening smell of burnt meat mingled momentarily with the herb's pungent sharpness. The old warrior's voice was a low rumble, rough as canyon rock. "This will not heal him," he muttered, his eyes holding a deep, weary sadness. "The spirit mark remains. Only fire can truly cleanse a white man's poison mark." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of a truth learned through generations of conflict and loss. The hide flap covering the lodge entrance was thrust aside, and Lone Feather entered, silhouetted for a moment against the deepening twilight outside. She moved with the quiet grace of the hunter she was, her presence bringing a breath of the cooler night air into the stifling lodge. Her arms were stacked high with heavy ammunition belts, looted from the bodies of Carlisle's dead renegades, the brass cartridges catching the firelight like malevolent eyes. Her own face was set, determined, her gaze sweeping the lodge before settling on Rip and the chief. "Carlisle's men are digging in at the mission ruins," she announced, her voice clear and steady, cutting through the lodge's somber mood. "Like coyotes going to ground. They've sent riders out, messengers seeking more guns, more men." A young brave near the fire, his face still smooth, but his eyes burning with the fierce pride of his people, spat contemptuously into the flames. The spittle hissed on the hot coals. "Let them come," he snarled, his hand tightening on the knife at his belt. "Our bullets wait for them. We'll run out." Rip's voice cut him off, flat and devoid of illusion. Hope was a luxury they couldn't afford. He reached for the heavy, leather-bound ledger they'd taken from Pike, a book filled with the cold arithmetic of greed and death. He unrolled it carefully across the buffalo hide, the stiff pages crackling in the silence. His finger, calloused and stained, jabbed at a specific entry penned in Carlisle's neat, precise script, the writing of a man accustomed to command, detached from the suffering his orders inflicted. December 5th. 82 to 200 Springfield rifles delivered to Fort Davis Supply Depot. Pay P for diversionary raid. Rip looked up, his eyes meeting Iron Hand's. He has arsenals stored away, supplied by men who wear the blue coat. We have what we carry, and what we've taken. The grim reality settled over the lodge like a shroud. Suddenly, Tomas lurched forward, his small trembling hand gripping Rip's wrist with surprising strength. The boy's eyes, moments before clouded with fear, now held a startling, desperate clarity. Not guns," he stammered, his breath catching. His other hand darted to the ledger, his finger tapping frantically at another entry further down the page. March 3rd, 83 land grants approved by territorial legislature. Survey team eliminated. Necessary action. Below the chillingly sterile words was a list of coordinates, numbers and symbols meaningless to most, but starkly familiar to Rip. Lone Feather leaned closer, her brow furrowed in concentration as she studied the ledger. "The canyon lands?" she questioned, frowning. "Those coordinates mark the broken lands north of the Palo Duro. There's nothing there but rock, rattlesnakes, and—" Her voice trailed off, searching. "Silver," Rip finished grimly, the memory sharp and sudden. He'd seen those tortured rock formations before, the specific twists of strata, the unique coloration that hinted at mineral wealth hidden deep within the earth's bones. Not just any canyon. A specific, desolate place whispered about by prospectors, shunned by the Comanche. "It's the same canyon," he added, his voice low, "the place we first found El Diablo running wild." As if summoned by the mention of his name, the stallion snorted loudly just outside the lodge. A sharp, restless sound followed by the impatient stamping of a heavy hoof on the hard-packed earth. Iron Hand stroked the smooth, polished wood of his war club, its surface darkened by time and use. His eyes, narrowed in thought, held a deep skepticism. This Carlisle, this white chief, he kills women and children for shiny metal in the ground. It seemed too simple, too base, even for the Wasatch. No. Tomas's denial was immediate, fierce. With trembling fingers, he pulled up the ragged edge of his thin shirt, exposing his ribs. They stood out sharply beneath his skin, a testament to starvation, crisscrossed with a horrifying roadmap of old scars, burns, cuts, whip marks. But one scar stood out, crude and angry, burned deep into the flesh just below his heart, not letters but a rough symbol, RR. "Railroad," the boy whispered, the word thick with terror and dawning understanding. "He owns the tracks, the Iron Horse Road. Needs the land, all of it, to expand his empire." His finger, smudged with dirt and grime, traced the coordinates on the ledger page again. The Silver Canyon, it's the last piece. The final link. A low murmur ran through the assembled warriors, a ripple of comprehension spreading like wildfire. Rip saw the understanding dawn in their eyes, replacing suspicion with a cold, hard certainty. Carlyle wasn't just a ruthless murderer, driven by simple greed for silver. He was something far more monstrous. A titan of industry, a builder of empires, erasing entire peoples, wiping away their history and their lives, simply to lay down his cold steel roads across their ancestral lands. The railroad was a hungry beast, and Carlyle was feeding it blood and bone. Iron Hand surged to his feet, his stooped shoulders straightening, the weariness in his eyes replaced by the ancient fire of the war chief. Decision settled upon him, swift and absolute. "Then we deny him his tools," he declared, his voice ringing with authority. "We take his guns first." He turned, his gaze fixing on a wiry scout, known for his stealth and knowledge of the white man's forts. "Yellow Coyote," the chief commanded. "You know the soldiers' fort." "Fort Davis." The scout, Yellow Coyote, grinned, a flash of startlingly white, filed teeth in the firelight. "The Bluecoats build their powder magazine beside the latrine ditch," he confirmed, his voice raspy but confident. "Their carelessness is a gift from the spirits." Lone Feather moved to the fire, checking the action of her Winchester rifle, the metallic click sharp and definitive in the charged air. "And Carlyle?" she asked, her eyes finding Rip's across the lodge. "Mine." The word was quiet, but absolute, chipped from granite. Rip's hand instinctively went to the empty Colt Peacemaker holstered at his hip. The worn leather, a familiar weight. The absence of the gun, a hollow ache. This was a reckoning, long overdue. A sudden, violent commotion erupted outside the lodge, shattering the tense quiet. Horses whinnied sharply in alarm, their sounds interspersed with the urgent shouts of warriors. Then, cutting through the chaos, came a sound that turned Rip's blood to ice, the raw, enraged scream of El Diablo, a sound torn from the very soul of the wild, filled with fury and pain. They burst from the lodge into the chaos of the night camp. El Diablo was rearing, a magnificent silhouette of fury against the star-dusted sky, his iron-shod hooves slashing viciously through the air like lethal blades. Three warriors strained against makeshift ropes, desperately trying to restrain the maddened stallion, their own safety forgotten in the face of his power. The wound on his flank, stitched crudely by Lone Feather, had torn open again. Fresh dark blood streamed down his black coat, glistening wetly in the flickering light from the scattered campfires. "Easy, devil. Easy now," Rip yelled, lunging forward and grabbing the thick leather reins dangling from the horse's bridle. The stallion fought him, tossing his great head, his eyes rolling white, showing rims of pure terror and rage. His nostrils flared wide, pulling in scents from the western trail, scents that clearly drove his fury. Tomas limped forward from the lodge, ignoring the danger, his small hand outstretched towards the raging horse. "He smells them," the boy whispered, his voice trembling, not entirely from fear. "Who?" Rip demanded, fighting to control the powerful animal. The boy didn't answer directly. Instead, he touched the cluster of scars on his own thin chest, the map of pain Carlyle had inflicted. "The others," he choked out. "The ones marked, like me. Carlyle, he's coming." A new wave of trembling seized him. "He's coming, with his marked ones." Then Rip heard it too, faint at first, but growing steadily louder on the night wind, the distant rhythmic creak of heavy wagon wheels turning on dry axles. The mournful jingle of bit chains and harness metal. And carried beneath those sounds, almost lost in the vastness of the plains, was another sound, thin and heartbreakingly desolate, the unmistakable, terrified crying of children. A cold dread settled in Rip's stomach, heavier than lead. Carlyle wasn't just bringing more guns to fortify his position. He was bringing hostages. He was bringing the innocent to shield the guilty. Chapter 17. The moon climbed the eastern sky, a cold, impassive disk shedding silver light that bleached the rugged plains and deepened the shadows lurking beneath the scattered mesquite. It rose over a land holding its breath, the vast silence broken only by the distant yip of a coyote and the crackle of the Comanche campfires. Then another sound intruded, the grinding complaint of axles needing grease, the weary clink of trace chains, and the wagon rolled into the firelight's edge, emerging from the moon-washed darkness like a specter of doom. Its heavy wooden cage, stark and black against the brilliance of the star-streaked sky, stood silhouetted, a rolling prison designed for the smallest and most vulnerable. Rip Campbell stood near the council lodge entrance, his hand resting near the butt of his borrowed Colt, his muscles tight with a grim foreboding. The flickering torchlight, held aloft by watchful warriors, cast dancing, distorted shadows that made the familiar camp seem alien and threatening. He counted the small forms huddled within the wagon's cage. 6 children, shadows clinging to deeper shadows, none looking older than 12 summers. Their faces were pinched and gaunt, pale ovals staring out with eyes that held the haunted vacancy of those who had seen too much suffering. Under the flickering, unreliable light, he could make out the angry red wheal burned onto each small forehead, the crude possessive mark, property of Carlyle. A wave of cold fury washed over Rip, familiar and unwelcome. He'd seen brands on cattle, on horses, but this defilement of innocence stirred something primal and dangerous within him. Then his eyes snagged on a 7th child, almost lost in the huddle, a girl impossibly small, scarcely bigger than a sack of prairie flour. Her face was hidden in shadow, but the firelight glinted off an older mark on her brow, faded but distinct, the peculiar 3-legged horse symbol, the same enigmatic brand seared into the flank of El Diablo. Beside Rip, the great black stallion, who had stood with unnerving stillness since the wagon's approach, went rigid. A low growl rumbled deep in his chest, a sound more menacing than any wolf's snarl. His ears flattened against his skull, and the whites of his eyes showed starkly in the gloom as he stared transfixed at the small girl bearing his own mark. Leading the grim procession, astride a magnificent blood bay whose coat gleamed like wet garnets in the moonlight, rode Governor Carlyle. He was flanked by 6 hired guns, hard-faced men whose eyes constantly scanned the perimeter, their hands never straying far from their holstered pistols. Carlyle's fine silk vest, usually immaculate, was smeared with soot and grime, likely from the recent fire at the mission ruins, a jarring note against his otherwise composed appearance. But the grime couldn't mask the arrogance in his posture, nor could the weariness of the trail dull the polished venom in his voice as he reined in his mount just beyond the firelight's reach. "A pleasant evening, gentlemen," he called out, his tone smooth as oiled steel, yet carrying an undercurrent of mockery. "I believe you have something that belongs to me." His gaze, cold and possessive as a winter sky, flicked dismissively towards Tomas, who flinched back as if struck. The sharp, metallic snick of a rifle hammer being cocked cut through the air. Lone Feather stood beside Rip, her Winchester leveled unwaveringly at Carlyle's chest. The moonlight glinted on the long barrel. "You ride into our camp under guns," she stated, her voice low and steady as the flow of a deep river. "Seems you forgot your white flag of truce." Carlyle offered a thin, humorless smile. "Unnecessary, my dear woman. Entirely unnecessary." He gave a curt nod to one of his flanking gunmen, a burly man with eyes like chips of obsidian. The man dismounted swiftly, moved to the wagon cage, and yanked the heavy wooden door open with a screech of protesting hinges. The smallest girl, the one with El Diablo's brand, tumbled out, landing hard on her knees in the dust. Before she could react, the gunman seized her thin arm, hauling her roughly to her feet, the muzzle of his heavy pistol pressed cruelly against her temple. The child didn't cry out, didn't struggle, just stood there, a tiny fragile figure under the immense, star-filled sky. "Now," Carlyle continued, his voice dripping with false reason, "perhaps we can discuss terms like civilized." He never finished the word. El Diablo moved. It wasn't a charge, it was an explosion. A blur of coiled black muscle and righteous fury launched across the intervening space with terrifying speed. Carlyle's blood bay, sensing the primal danger, reared violently in panic, eyes rolling white, screaming its terror as it threw the governor ignominiously from the saddle into the unforgiving dirt. The gunman holding the girl fired wild, driven by sheer reflex, the bullet whining harmlessly past Rip's ear with an angry buzz. In the next instant, El Diablo's powerful jaws clamped down on the man's gun arm. There was a sickening, wet snap of bone breaking, followed by a choked scream of agony as the pistol clattered uselessly to the ground. Chaos erupted, sudden and absolute. Rip reacted instinctively, diving not for cover, but for Carlyle as the governor scrambled desperately on hands and knees toward the relative safety of the wagon cage. Around them, the night exploded into motion. Iron Hands warriors surged forward like shadows detaching themselves from the darkness, their knives flashing silver in the firelight as they met the remaining gunmen in a whirlwind of close-quarters combat. Shouts, curses, the flat crack of pistols, the wet thud of blows landing, the sounds merged into a cacophony of violence. Inside the cage, the marked children screamed, their small hands gripping the wooden bars, their faces pressed against the gaps, eyes wide with terror as they watched the deadly dance unfold outside. Only the branded girl, the small one tossed carelessly from the cage, stood utterly still amidst the maelstrom. She hadn't moved from where the gunman had dropped her, seemingly oblivious to the deadly chaos swirling around her. Her head was tilted slightly, her dirt-streaked face turned not towards the fighting men, but towards the raging black stallion. Her eyes, dark and unreadable, locked with El Diablo's fiery gaze. And she whistled. It wasn't a child's playful tune, nor a signal Rip recognized. It was a strange, precise series of clear, high notes that pierced the din of battle with uncanny authority. The effect on El Diablo was instantaneous and shocking. The stallion, poised to deliver another savage attack, froze mid-motion, his powerful body suddenly rigid. His ears swiveled sharply towards the girl, his great head lowering slightly, his flared nostrils quivering as he tasted her scent and the sound of her command on the night air. Carlyle, ever the opportunist, seized the moment of stunned hesitation. Scrambling to his feet, he lunged for the girl, grabbing her thin shoulders and dragging her roughly against his chest as a human shield. His other hand produced a small, elegant Derringer pistol, its twin barrels gleaming wickedly as he pressed the muzzle against the soft skin of her throat. "Enough," he roared, his voice hoarse with fury and a hint of fear. An unnatural silence fell over the camp, broken only by the crackling fire and the ragged breathing of the combatants. Warriors and gunmen alike paused, momentarily arrested by the governor's desperate act and the strange stillness of the child hostage. The girl didn't struggle. She didn't even seem afraid. She stood passively in Carlyle's grasp, her small face tilted up towards his. Her voice, when she spoke, was eerily calm, unnervingly clear, carrying across the sudden quiet. "Line 47 needs mending, Governor." The words, nonsensical yet strangely resonant, made Carlyle flinch. His hand, holding the Derringer, trembled visibly. "Quiet, you little demon," he hissed, his composure fraying. Rip's mind raced, grasping at the connection. Line 47. The same number Tomas bore among the map of scars on his ribs. A designation. A location. He kept his borrowed Colt leveled steadily on Carlyle's chest, the distance too great for a certain shot with the girl held so close. "Let her go, Carlyle," Rip said, his voice low and dangerous. "You want the boy. Tomas. Take me instead. A fair trade." Carlyle let out a short, bitter laugh that held no trace of humor. "You still don't understand, do you, Campbell?" he sneered, contempt twisting his features. "This was never about people. Not really. It's about property. Assets. Liabilities." He began dragging the unresisting girl backward, pulling her towards his panicked blood bay, which sidled nervously nearby. "And I own every inch of this godforsaken land, and every soul unfortunate enough to live on it." As Carlyle backed towards his horse, The girl suddenly, unexpectedly, stomped her small bare foot down hard on the governor's polished boot. Carlyle let out a startled curse, his grip momentarily loosening. In that instant, she twisted free, but not towards Rip or the warriors, not towards the perceived safety they represented. She darted towards El Diablo. The great stallion, who had remained frozen since her whistle, instantly lowered his massive head as she approached. With an agility that belied her size and the knight's terror, she scrambled onto his broad back, settling herself just behind his withers as if she had done it 1,000 times before, riding without the benefit of reins or saddle. Her small dirt-caked hands tangled confidently in his thick flowing mane. Carlyle recovered, his face contorted with rage. His derringer barked, spitting flame in the night. The shot went wide, kicking up dust harmlessly near the stallion's hooves. In the same instant, the sharp crack of Lone Feather's Winchester echoed through the camp. Carlyle cried out, a howl of pain and surprise, as the heavy rifle round slammed into his shoulder, spinning him around. He collapsed in a heap, clutching the wound, his blood staining the pale sand dark under the moonlight. El Diablo reared, a triumphant silhouette against the stars, the small girl clinging effortlessly to his back, seeming almost a part of him. The faded brand on her forehead seemed to pulse with a faint light in the charged atmosphere. She pointed a small, determined hand westward, back towards the forbidding canyons. The iron road, she cried out, her voice surprisingly strong. It breaks there. In the canyon. That's why he kills. To hide the fault. On the ground, Carlyle groaned, trying to push himself up, his face pale with pain and shock. She's mad, he gasped, spitting out dirt. The brand, it rots their minds. No. Tomas stepped forward from the shadows near the lodge, his own branded forehead gleaming faintly in the firelight. His voice was shaking, but held a newfound conviction. It doesn't rot. It lets us see. He turned his gaze towards Rip, his eyes filled with a terrible clarity. The canyon isn't just silver, Rip, he said urgently. There's a deep fault line, unstable earth. It makes the chosen rail path dangerous, maybe impossible. Carlyle knew. He buried the surveyor's reports, had to erase anyone who knew the truth, anyone who lived there. The governor's remaining hired guns, seeing their leader down, and the situation turned against them, slowly dropped their weapons, their hands raising cautiously in surrender. But Rip barely registered their surrender. His attention, like that of everyone else in the suddenly quiet camp, was fixed on the impossible sight before him. El Diablo, with the branded girl perched securely on his back, was already moving. But they weren't turning west, towards the canyons she had indicated. They were turning east, towards Fort Davis, towards the sprawling network of iron rails, towards the dark heart of Carlyle's railroad empire. And they weren't stopping. Chapter 18. The plains flowed beneath them, a vast dun-colored sea under the immense arc of the Texas sky. Dust, fine as milled flour, rose in a swirling plume behind El Diablo, a testament to the furious pace set by the small girl clinging to his back. Luz rode him not like a child, but like an extension of the horse himself, a seamless union of instinct and will born of shared trauma and an uncanny understanding that transcended words. Her small frame was bent low over his powerful neck, her face turned eastward into the wind, towards the rising sun that painted the horizon in strokes of fierce orange and delicate rose. The light caught the angry red brand on her forehead, making it gleam like a fresh wound against her dirt-streaked skin. Rip Campbell rode hard beside them, his borrowed buckskin straining to keep pace, the rhythm of hoofbeats a driving counterpoint to the pounding in his own chest. He squinted through the stinging dust cloud kicked up by the stallion, his eyes scanning the endless expanse ahead. Fort Davis. A name that conjured images of blue-coated soldiers, parade ground drills, the rigid order of military life, a world away from the chaos and bloodshed they'd left smoldering behind them. Yet, it was also a nexus of Carlyle's power, a linchpin in the iron network strangling the land. They rode toward the beast's den, driven by a desperate hope and the undeniable will of the child leading the way. Lone Feather urged her mare alongside Rip's, her face impassive as ever, but her eyes, dark and watchful, missed nothing. The wind whipped strands of black hair across her cheekbones. "She moves like a Comanche ghost rider," Lone Feather observed, her voice low and carrying admiration despite the grim circumstances. "Worse," Rip muttered, his voice raspy with dust and weariness. The girl's uncanny connection to the stallion, her unnerving calm in the face of horrors that would break grown men, it spoke of something beyond tribal knowledge. "She moves like a cavalry scout who knows the enemy's mind." Gradually, shapes began to materialize on the horizon, coalescing out of the heat haze. The fort's low, sprawling outline emerged first, sun-baked adobe walls the color of the earth itself, marked here and there with the darker pockmarks of old cannon scars weathering the years and the conflicts. A bastion of presumed order in a wild land. But even before they reached the imposing wooden gates, evidence of Yellow Coyote's daring raid greeted them. A thick column of greasy black smoke billowed sluggishly into the clear morning air, rising from the vicinity of the fort's outer structures. It originated near the deep trench Rip knew served as the garrison's latrines, precisely where the cunning Comanche scout had said the powder magazine was carelessly located. Figures scrambled like disturbed ants around the wreckage, soldiers shouting orders lost on the wind, their movements betraying confusion and alarm. Yellow Coyote had struck his blow, disrupting the fort's routine, perhaps even its ability to respond swiftly. El Diablo didn't slow until they reached the wide, dusty area near the fort's main corral. He skidded to a halt, his powerful muscles bunched, his flanks heaving, great clouds of steam pluming from his flared nostrils in the cool morning air. Before the stallion had even fully stopped, Luz slid from his back, landing with the impossible lightness of a tumbleweed, her bare feet stirring little dust. Despite the frantic ride, her eyes burned with an intense, feverish purpose. "This way," she commanded, her voice thin but clear, wasting no time. She darted away immediately, not towards the fort's main buildings, but towards a large barn-like structure set off to one side, the roundhouse, its wide doors open, revealing the imposing forms of 3 steam engines sitting silent but potent on the radiating tracks within. Thin tendrils of smoke curled from their tall stacks, mingling with the heavier plume from the destroyed magazine, painting the air with the harsh scent of coal and hot metal. Rip caught up to her just as she reached the shadow of the roundhouse, his hand closing firmly on her small shoulder. The girl felt bird-boned beneath his grip, yet radiated an unnerving intensity. "Easy there, Hellcat," he cautioned, his voice low. "That building, those engines, that's Army property. We stir up that nest, we'll have the whole garrison down on us." Luz twisted to look up at him, and for the first time, Rip saw her offer a semblance of a smile. It was a fleeting, bittersweet expression that starkly revealed several missing teeth, making her look even younger and more vulnerable, yet her eyes held no childishness. "Not these," she corrected him simply. She pointed a small, grimy finger towards the nearest engine, a hulking black beast of iron and brass. Freshly painted letters gleamed starkly on the tender coupled behind it, CRR. "Carlisle Railroad," Luz explained, her voice hardening. "This is the governor's private stock. He runs his own engines on spur lines, the Army doesn't watch too close. Brings his guns, his supplies, his marked ones, in from Santa Fe this way." As if her words were a cue, a shrill, piercing steam whistle suddenly cut through the morning air, echoing off the adobe walls. The driver of the lead engine, the one marked CRR, leaned out of the cab window. His face was heavily streaked with coal dust and sweat, his eyes red-rimmed from heat and lack of sleep. "Well, it's about damn time," he yelled irritably towards the fort, clearly expecting a loading crew. "We got 20 cases of Springfield rifles waitin' on the manifest, supposed to be loaded an hour." His voice choked off abruptly as his gaze fell upon Luz, standing defiantly in the roundhouse shadow. Recognition, then disbelief, then sheer terror washed over his grimy features. "Christ almighty," he whispered, his face paling beneath the soot. It's the marked girl." Before the stunned engineer could react further, El Diablo let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound of pure fury and menace that seemed to shake the very air. The stallion reared dramatically, his powerful forelegs pawing the air, his shadow looming large and terrifying. The engineer yelped in fear and scrambled hastily back into the relative safety of his cab, disappearing from view. Luz reached up, seemingly unafraid, and patted the stallion's sweat-dampened neck, her touch instantly calming the great horse. "He remembers you, Mr. Hobbs," she said, her small voice carrying an unnerving weight of knowledge and judgment that resonated in the sudden quiet. "He remembers the heat. How you held the branding iron while the others held him down." The memory, the accusation, hung heavy in the air. Rip saw Hobbs flinch inside the cab. The engineer's hand moved instinctively towards a pistol tucked into his waistband. But Rip's Colt cleared leather faster, the smooth worn walnut grip familiar in his hand, the barrel leveled unwaveringly at the cab window. "Off the iron horse," Rip commanded, his voice cold and hard as the gunmetal. "Now." Hobbs obeyed, clambering down from the engine with clumsy haste, his hands visibly shaking, his face slick with sweat. "Look, I just drive 'em," he stammered, avoiding Luz's accusing gaze. "Whatever Carlyle did, whatever branding, that was his business. I just followed orders." "Where is the rifle shipment?" Lone Feather stepped forward, silent as smoke, the tip of her long hunting knife suddenly pressing against the soft underside of Hobbs' jaw. Her eyes were chips of obsidian, promising swift and merciless pain. Hobbs swallowed hard, the knife point dimpling his skin. "B-bunker storage," he stuttered, terror widening his eyes. "Under the main depot. Locked down tight. But you'll never get in there." A loud, thunderous clang cut him off, echoing strangely within the cavernous roundhouse. Rip spun around. Luz stood perched precariously atop the engine's tender, straining with all her might, somehow managing to heave heavy wooden crates, clearly marked with ammunition symbols, onto the loading platform beside the tracks. Sweat plastered her thin hair to her forehead, but her face was set with fierce determination. Below her, El Diablo watched with evident approval, his ears pricked keenly forward, occasionally nudging a crate into a better position with his muzzle. Rip turned back to the terrified engineer, holstering his Colt. He uncorked his canteen and tossed it to Hobbs. "Wash your face," Rip ordered curtly. "You look like hell. Then get back in that cab. You're driving us out of here." The engineer stared at him, his face paling even further beneath the grime. "Out," he croaked. "Driving you to where?" Luz jumped nimbly down from the tender, landing softly despite her small stature. She looked past Hobbs, past Rip, her eyes fixed on the gleaming iron rails stretching eastward into the vast, unforgiving horizon. A strange, intense light gleamed in her fever-bright eyes. "Where the tracks end," she stated, her voice barely a whisper, yet filled with the conviction of prophecy. Chapter 19. The steam engine bucked and shuddered beneath them, a monstrous iron beast straining against its own power, trembling like a spooked Mustang fighting the bridle, as Hobbs, sweat plastering his grimy hair to his temples, opened the throttle wide. The pistons churned with a deafening rhythmic violence, chuff chuff chuff, spitting steam and smoke that momentarily obscured the view. Rip Campbell braced himself against the swaying wall of the engineer's cab, the hot metal vibrating through his boots, his gaze fixed on the rapidly shrinking silhouette of Fort Davis behind them, swallowed now by a thick, roiling haze of coal smoke and incandescent sparks flung high into the morning air. The stolen rifles, stacked precariously in their rough wooden crates on the tender just outside the cab, clattered and scraped against each other with each violent lurch and sway of the train, a discordant rhythm accompanying the engine's roar. Out on the coal tender, exposed to the full force of the wind generated by their reckless speed, Luz balanced precariously on the edge. She seemed impossibly small against the massive machine, yet moved with the uncanny grace of a bird of prey riding the air currents. Her small, dirt-streaked fingers traced the crude CRR brand, burned deep into the tender's wooden siding, her expression unreadable. "This one's called running iron," she shouted, her thin voice surprisingly piercing, cutting through the engine's din. Carlyle uses it to move the marked ones, like cattle when no one is looking. In the open-topped cattle car, coupled directly behind the tender, El Diablo endured the jarring ride, a captive storm of black muscle contained within the rattling wooden slats. His nostrils flared wide, pulling in the unfamiliar acrid smells of coal smoke and hot oil, his dark eyes rolling nervously at the unfamiliar vibrations shuddering up from the tracks beneath his hooves. Lone Feather stood beside him, a calm presence amidst the chaos, one hand resting reassuringly on his powerful flank while her other hand methodically checked the ammunition in her captured Winchester, ensuring each brass cartridge was seated firmly, ready for the violence she knew was coming. Hobbs, the engineer, swiped a trembling hand across his sweat-soaked brow, his eyes darting nervously between the tracks ahead and the grim figures sharing his cab. "The canyon spur. We'll hit it in 20 minutes, maybe less at this speed," he stammered, his voice tight with fear. "Tracks just end. Right at the fault line. Just like the girls said." Rip stared out at the arid landscape blurring past the open cab window, a monotonous panorama of cracked earth, skeletal creosote bushes, and distant, heat-shimmering mesas painted in shades of ochre and faded red. The raw, untamed beauty of the land was a stark contrast to the brutal efficiency of the iron rails scarring its surface. "Seems foolhardy," Rip mused aloud, watching a hawk circle effortlessly in the vast blue overhead. "Building a line straight into unstable ground. Why not just reroute it? Find a safer path?" Luz's laugh was a short, bitter sound, devoid of any mirth, sharp as shattered glass. "Cheaper to kill witnesses than redesign a railroad, Rip," she called back, her words laced with a cynicism far beyond her years. She pushed up the ragged sleeve of her thin shirt, revealing a horrifying tapestry of scars etched onto her forearm. They weren't random marks of abuse, Rip realized with a jolt. They were deliberate lines, intersecting, branching, a crude, terrifying map mirroring railroad routes seared into her very flesh. A permanent record of Carlyle's empire, carried on the body of a child. "Line 47, she said, touching a particularly jagged scar near her wrist. "It crosses sacred ground. Old ground. The earth there, it fights back. It doesn't want the iron." As if summoned by her words, a new sound penetrated the engine's roar, a faint, rhythmic click-clack from beneath the wheels, distinct from the normal sounds of the train. Hobbs stiffened instantly, his head snapping up, his eyes wide with sudden alarm. "Sweet mother." "Switch track," he yelled, his voice cracking with panic. "Someone's thrown the switch ahead. We're being diverted." The train responded instantly, lurching with sickening violence as its wheels were forced onto a secondary spur line, one that branched off sharply from the main track, and clearly wasn't marked on any official railway map Rip had ever seen. This track plunged immediately into a narrow, winding canyon, the sheer rock walls rising abruptly on either side like weathered prison bars, trapping them in shadow even as the sun climbed higher in the sky. The air grew instantly cooler, heavy with the smell of damp stone and ancient dust. Lone Feather reacted without hesitation, smoothly knocking an arrow to her bowstring, her eyes already scanning the canyon rims above. "Ambush," she stated flatly, the single word confirming Rip's own tightening gut feeling. He saw them then, small, fleeting movements high up on the rocky ledges overlooking the track. Figures, crouched low behind boulders and stunted junipers, silhouetted against the sliver of blue sky visible far above. Not Carlyle's uniformed thugs or hired guns, Rip realized with a start. Children. The marked ones, the half-dozen terrified captives from Carlyle's cage, their faces grim, their small bodies tense. Even from this distance, the brands on their foreheads seemed to gleam darkly in the captured sunlight filtering down into the canyon depths. They were armed with pathetic desperation, chunks of rock clutched in small fists, a few crudely fashioned bows with arrows likely fletched with scavenged feathers, one small boy even aiming a rusted, ancient-looking revolver held precariously in both hands. Luz reacted instantly, putting two fingers to her lips and emitting a whistle so sharp and clear, it cut through the engine noise like a hawk's cry descending on its prey. High above, the children froze, their movements arrested by the familiar, commanding sound. From the cattle car behind them, El Diablo screamed in instant recognition, a sound that echoed wildly off the confining canyon walls. Hobbs slammed his weight against the brake lever, desperation lending him strength. The train protested with a deafening screech of tortured metal as iron wheels locked against iron rails, sending showers of bright orange sparks cascading onto the dry canyon floor. The heavy engine groaned, fighting its own momentum. "We're coasting," Hobbs yelled frantically. "Tracks end just ahead. It's a dead-end gulch." Rip lunged towards Luz, grabbing her thin arm. "Call them off, Luz. Tell them to stand down." She shook her head, her eyes fixed on the canyon floor ahead, her expression strangely calm, almost detached. "Not them you should worry about right now, Rip," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the screeching brakes. Ahead, where the tracks disappeared around a final bend into the shadowed gulch, the canyon floor erupted in a sudden, swirling cloud of dust. Horsemen burst into view, blocking the tracks, their forms wavering in the dust haze, a dozen riders at least, armed and ready. And at their center, mounted on a fresh blood bay horse that shifted nervously beneath him, sat Governor Carlyle. His wounded shoulder was crudely bound in a silk sling fashioned from his own fine clothing, the makeshift bandage flapping slightly in the canyon breeze like a mocking banner of surrender. In his good hand, Carlyle held aloft not a gun, but a heavy iron rod with a distinct three-legged horse symbol forged at its tip, a running iron, the tool of his cruel ownership. Its tip glowed a malevolent cherry red, clearly just pulled from the embers of a small fire pit, smoldering nearby on the canyon floor. "Hello, demon," Carlyle called out, his voice echoing unnaturally in the confined space as the train finally ground to a shuddering halt just yards from his position. His cold eyes fixed on Luz. "Have you come to renegotiate the terms of our contract?" Before Rip could react, before anyone could move, El Diablo exploded from the cattle car. He kicked the heavy wooden door clean off its hinges with a single powerful blow, landing on the tracks with terrifying force. Without hesitation, the stallion charged straight at Carlyle. A black thunderbolt launched across the dust, his powerful hooves churning the earth into a frenzy. Carlyle didn't flinch. He didn't reach for a weapon. He simply watched the stallion's furious approach with a chillingly calm smile. Then, deliberately, he raised the glowing running iron and pressed its searing tip firmly against the neck of his own blood bay mount. The horse screamed, a high, piercing sound of sheer agony that echoed off the canyon walls as the CRR brand seared deep into its flesh. The immediate, sickening stench of burning hair and cooking meat filled the narrow canyon, thick and repulsive. El Diablo skidded to an abrupt halt just feet from Carlyle, his charge broken, his massive body trembling violently, his eyes locked on the smoking brand on the terrified bay. Luz gasped beside Rip, her small hands clenched into fists. "The pain call," she whispered, her voice choked with horror. "He's using the brand, the shared pain, to control him." Carlyle's smile widened, cruel and triumphant. "All my stock answers to the master's iron," he stated, his voice resonating with absolute authority. He slowly raised the still glowing brand, turning it towards the cliffs where the marked children watched in frozen horror. "Even," he added softly, his eyes glinting with malice, "the defective ones." As he spoke, the first child high above cried out, a thin, tearing sound, clutching instinctively at the brand on his own forehead as if feeling the phantom heat. He staggered, lost his balance on the narrow ledge, and tumbled screaming into the canyon depths below. Then another child cried out and fell. And another. Carlyle wielded the shared agony like a whip. Rip's Colt was halfway out of its holster, his thumb finding the hammer, when the rocks directly above the governor suddenly exploded outwards. Not gunfire. Dynamite. The blast was deafening, the concussion slamming against Rip's chest. A huge section of the canyon wall above Carlyle collapsed inwards, unleashing an avalanche of massive boulders and tons of rock that cascaded down onto the canyon floor. Half of Carlisle's men and their horses were instantly buried, disappearing beneath the crushing tide of stone. Through the thick, choking dust cloud, new figures emerged. Yellow Coyote, his face grim, riding alongside a dozen mounted Comanche warriors, their sudden, fierce war cries echoing triumphantly off the stone walls as they charged into the remaining bewildered gunmen. Carlisle, reacting with animal instinct, wheeled his terrified, injured bloodbay towards a narrow crevice in the canyon wall, seeking escape, just as El Diablo, freed from the brand's hold by the explosion's chaos, lunged forward. The stallion's powerful teeth closed savagely on the governor's bad arm, the one held immobile by the sling. Carlisle shrieked, a high, thin sound of pure agony, his grip spasming, dropping the still-glowing running iron. It landed harmlessly, it seemed, in a patch of dry, sun-baked grass beside the railroad tracks. Flames erupted instantly, greedily consuming the tender, dry grass, spreading with alarming speed towards the wooden railroad ties. Luz was moving before Rip could even shout a warning. Faster than seemed possible, the small girl darted forward, snatching up the fallen running iron from the edge of the spreading flames. She let out a sharp hiss of pain as the searing metal bit deep into the flesh of her bare hands, but she didn't drop it. Her face was a mask of pure, focused intensity. She didn't hesitate. She turned towards the tracks. Towards the weak point Yellow Coyote's dynamite had likely created. Towards the place her own scars designated as Line 47. And with a final, desperate cry that mingled pain and fierce determination, she plunged the glowing tip of the running iron deep into the heavy wooden railroad tie. The reaction was instantaneous, violent, and final. The superheated iron rail, resting on the tie, warped visibly, buckling under the intense, focused heat. Then, with a sound like a cannon shot, the stressed metal snapped clean through. The broken, jagged end of the heavy rail whipped upwards with incredible force, like a striking steel serpent. Carlisle's wounded bloodbay, standing too close, took the full, brutal impact directly in the chest. The jagged metal impaled the horse, lifting it momentarily from its feet before it collapsed in a heap, its death cry drowned out by the crackling flames and the warriors' cries. The governor tumbled into the dirt, free of his dying mount. He scrambled backward frantically on hands and knees, his fine suit tearing on the sharp rocks, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. "You fools! You don't understand," he screamed hysterically. "This rail line is vital. It's the key." His words were cut short as El Diablo's heavy iron-shod hooves came down hard on his chest. Once. Twice. The sound was sickeningly final. An abrupt, profound silence fell over the canyon, broken only by the hungry crackling of the flames consuming the dry grass and railroad ties. Luz dropped the running iron, its glow fading now. She stood swaying, cradling her terribly blistered hands against her chest, her small body shaking uncontrollably. "Now," she whispered, her voice barely audible, "now it's over." Rip looked at the warped, broken track, at the dead, impaled bloodbay, at the small, marked children cautiously climbing down from the cliffs to join the warriors below. He looked at Luz, trembling but triumphant. No, he thought, a cold certainty settling in his gut. It wasn't over. It was just beginning. Chapter 20. Silence descended upon the canyon, profound and heavy, broken only by the spiteful crackle of flames consuming the dry grass and railroad ties near the shattered tracks. Dust, thick as stirred ashes and smelling sharply of dynamite, settled slowly, coating the dead, the wounded, and the survivors alike in a fine gray shroud. The discarded running iron lay cooling in the dirt, its forged CRR symbol, Carlisle's mark of absolute ownership, now grotesquely warped and blistered by the heat it had absorbed and imparted, a fitting epitaph for the man and his ruined empire. Luz knelt near the wreckage, cradling her terribly burned hands against her thin chest, her small body racked by tremors of pain and shock. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps that hitched with suppressed sobs. Rip Campbell moved stiffly towards her, his own aches momentarily forgotten in the face of the child's suffering. He tore strips from the sleeve of Carlyle's expensive silk shirt, the fine fabric incongruous amidst the brutal carnage, and gently, carefully began wrapping her blistered palms and fingers, trying to shield the raw flesh from the gritty air. Her skin was fiery hot to the touch, the burns already weeping clear fluid. El Diablo stood sentinel over the governor's broken body, a magnificent statue of black vengeance etched against the backdrop of smoke and ruin. The stallion's nostrils flared wide, pulling in the coppery scent of spilled blood mingling with the acrid tang of coal smoke and burnt grass. His powerful muscles quivered beneath his hide, a continuous, subtle trembling that wasn't from exhaustion, though the battle had been fierce. It was something deeper, an echo resonating within him, perhaps a flicker of recognition for the man who had orchestrated his capture, his branding, the theft of his wild spirit. Or perhaps it was the tremor of a captive, finally irrevocably free. Yellow Coyote, his face grim and streaked with dust from the dynamite blast, dismounted beside the ruined tracks. He nudged a splintered, blackened rail tie with the toe of his worn moccasin, his dark eyes surveying the scene of destruction with a quiet, fatalistic acceptance. "The earth, she fights back when the iron bites too deep," he murmured, his voice low and gravelly, echoing Luz's earlier prophetic words. The land itself had conspired in Carlyle's demise. From the jumbled rocks near the canyon wall, Lone Feather emerged, supporting the limping Tomas. Behind them trailed the other marked children, drawn from their hiding places by the sudden silence, their small faces pale and smudged, their eyes wide pools reflecting the surrounding devastation. Tomas clutched a heavy, leather-bound book tightly against his chest, a ledger, thicker and more substantial than the one they'd taken from Pike, its pages warped and swollen, stained with moisture, likely Carlyle's own blood from the final struggle. "Carlyle's master accounts," Tomas rasped, his voice hoarse, offering the book to Rip. "The big book. Names every man paid to look away, senators, judges, army officers." Rip took the heavy ledger, its waterlogged weight a tangible burden. He flipped through the damp, sticking pages, his eyes skimming past columns of figures representing shipping manifests, land deeds, payrolls, the cold, hard calculus of Carlyle's vast and corrupt enterprise. Then he found the section he somehow knew, with a cold dread settling in his stomach, would be there, a meticulously kept breeding chart. And El Diablo's name headed the list, stark and damning. Sire, Diablo Rojo, wild stock capture number 17. Dam, Night Wind, deceased capture trauma. Fold, spring 1879. Sold to Carlyle Rail Project interests. Notes: exceptional conformation, superior stamina. Temperament: vicious, deemed unbreakable through conventional methods. Recommend restricted stud service, utilizing strongest mares or immediate destruction to prevent lineage contamination. The clinical, detached language sent a chill down Rip's spine. This magnificent creature, this force of nature reduced to lines in a ledger assessed like livestock. Luz, watching Rip's face, reached out a trembling, bandaged hand towards the stallion, her eyes filling with tears that tracked clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. "They took him," she whispered, her voice thick with remembered pain. "Took him from the wild herd, when he was barely grown. Dragged him away. Made him watch while they burned the iron onto his brothers, his sisters." Her voice broke, the horror of it silencing her. Suddenly, a deep, resonant thunder began to shake the very ground beneath their feet. Not the sharp crack of dynamite this time, but a growing, rhythmic drumming that vibrated up through the soles of their boots. Hooves. Hundreds of them. El Diablo's head snapped up, his body instantly alert, his ears swiveling, pricking towards the northern mesa rim, clearly visible now as the dust continued to settle. Against the deepening twilight sky, a vast roiling dust cloud rose, blotting out the first pale stars, moving towards the canyon with astonishing speed. "Horses," Lone Feather breathed, her hand instinctively reaching for an arrow. "Many horses. 50, maybe more." Tomas's eyes widened, a mixture of fear and awe dawning on his face. "The free herd," he gasped. His herd. They come when he calls. When the blood calls. Rip quickly tallied their own meager resources in his head. 8 rifle rounds left between Lone Feather's Winchester and his own borrowed Colt. Maybe 3 shots left for his empty Peacemaker, if he could find suitable ammunition. The Comanche warriors, led by Yellow Coyote, likely had 24 arrows remaining amongst them, maybe fewer after the fight. Against Carlisle's scattered and demoralized survivors, they might have stood a slim chance. But against a stampede of 50 or more wild mustangs, driven by instinct and fury, they wouldn't last minutes. Luz staggered weakly to her feet, pushing away Rip's supporting hand. "They're not coming to fight," she insisted, her voice raspy but firm. She put 2 fingers, clumsy with bandages, to her lips and whistled again. 3 sharp, clear notes that echoed strangely in the sudden hush. El Diablo answered instantly, throwing back his magnificent head and letting out a piercing, high-pitched scream, a call that soared above the canyon walls, carrying across the plains, filled with challenge, reunion, and sorrow. The effect on the approaching maelstrom was immediate. The massive herd, which had been thundering directly towards the canyon mouth, split abruptly, flowing like a mighty river dividing around a single immovable rock. They galloped past the wreckage of the train on both sides, their unshod hooves drumming a wild tattoo on the hard-packed earth, a torrent of equine power and unrestrained freedom. At their lead ran a massive red stallion, his coat the color of dried blood, darker streaks of old scars marring his powerful flanks and shoulders. He moved with the raw majesty of a king. He pounded to within 10 paces of El Diablo, then skidded to a dramatic halt, dust swirling around his churning legs. The 2 stallions locked eyes, electricity seeming to crackle in the space between them, a silent, intense challenge passing between sire and son. "Diablo Rojo," Luz whispered the name, her voice filled with reverence. The wild red stallion circled El Diablo slowly, cautiously, his head held high, his nostrils flaring as he sniffed intently at the black stallion's still bleeding flank wound, at the dried crust of Governor Carlisle's blood on his hooves. The tension was palpable. Then, with sudden, shocking speed, Diablo Rojo reared slightly and lashed out, biting El Diablo hard on the wounded flank. Not a killing blow, not even intended to seriously injure, Rip realized. It was a test. A challenge of dominance, a question asked in the brutal language of horses. El Diablo didn't flinch, didn't react, beyond a tightening of his already rigid muscles. He stood his ground, absorbing the pain, meeting his sire's gaze without yielding. The red stallion snorted, a sound of grudging respect, perhaps, or maybe disappointment. Then, with deliberate slowness, he turned his scarred flank towards El Diablo, a clear, calculated gesture of disrespect in the equine world. He took 3 slow, deliberate steps away, towards the open desert stretching beyond the canyon mouth. An invitation. A demand. Choose. Luz wiped sweat from her pale brow with a bandaged wrist. "The wild herd," she explained softly, her gaze fixed on the 2 magnificent animals. "They won't follow a horse who carries the scent of men, who bears the marks of their world." Rip saw the agonizing choice reflected in the violent trembling that seized El Diablo's powerful muscles. The call of the wild, the freedom he was born to, embodied by his sire waiting just yards away. Or the brutal, painful world of men, the war he'd been unwillingly dragged into, represented by the small, branded children huddled nearby, watching him with fearful hope. Freedom or responsibility? The stallion's dark, intelligent eyes moved slowly. He looked at Diablo Rojo, waiting. He looked at Luz, her small face tight with pain. He looked at Rip, meeting his gaze squarely for a long moment. He looked at Tomas and the other marked children, their futures uncertain, their survival perhaps dependent on him. Then, with a finality that seemed to echo in the silent canyon, El Diablo turned his back on his sire. He turned his back on the wild herd. He turned his back on the freedom Diablo Rojo offered. The red stallion's answering scream was terrible to hear, shaking the canyon walls, filled with rage, betrayal, and perhaps a strange wild sorrow. He reared high one last time, pawing furiously at the twilight air as if cursing them all, cursing the choice his son had made. Then he wheeled sharply and vanished back into the swirling dust cloud, leading his thundering herd away into the vast, indifferent desert. El Diablo watched them go, his body still trembling. Then, slowly, painfully, he limped towards Luz, lowering his great head to gently nuzzle her bandaged hands, a soft nickering sound rumbling deep in his chest. Tomas let out a long, shaky breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "He stayed," the boy whispered, disbelief warring with relief. Now what do we do?" Rip hefted Carlyle's blood-stained, waterlogged ledger. Its weight felt immense, not just physically, but morally. The names within, the secrets, the scale of the corruption. "Now," Rip said, his voice low but resonant with grim purpose, "now we make damn sure the world reads this." As if in answer, a single gunshot cracked sharply in the far distance, followed almost immediately by another. Hobbs, the engineer, came scrambling back from the direction of the wrecked train engine, his face ashen, his eyes wide with fresh panic. "The telegraph," he gasped, stumbling over the uneven ground. "By some miracle, the line near the engine is still working." Words out about Carlyle's death. But his men, the ones loyal to his son or just plain scared, they're shooting anyone who tries to flee the rail camps. It's chaos out there. Luz, still leaning heavily against the stallion, pressed her forehead against El Diablo's warm, dusty neck. Her eyes, though clouded with fever, burned with a renewed, fierce light. "Then," she declared, her voice raspy but strong, "then we take the fight to them." El Diablo tossed his head, pulling back his lips to bare his strong teeth in something that wasn't quite a snarl, and definitely wasn't a smile. It was the look of a warrior accepting the next battle. Chapter 21. The rail camp festered under the high desert sun, a raw wound carved into the plains. It stank, a miasma of scorched iron from the burning wreckage, stale sweat clinging to unwashed men, the cloying sweetness of cheap whiskey, and underlying it all, the faint pervasive odor of fear. Rip Campbell crouched low in the sparse cover of greasewood scrub ringing the chaotic settlement, the thorny branches snagging at his dusty clothes. Through a shimmering haze composed equally of heat, smoke from smoldering fires, and the fine dust kicked up by panicked feet, he watched the ugly dissolution unfold. The telegraph wires, humming with the news of Carlyle's death miles away in the canyon, had done their work. Word had spread like prairie fire, swift and consuming. Carlyle's iron-fisted empire was crumbling from within, and the human vultures, men bound only by greed or fear, were circling, tearing at the carcass before it was even cold. Beside him, almost blending into the dun-colored earth, Luz lay still, her small body tense. Her bandaged hands were clenched into tight fists resting on the dirt, white-knuckled, despite the agony Rip knew she must be feeling. The angry red inflammation around the burns had spread, angry streaks creeping up her thin wrists, a clear sign of infection taking hold. Yet she didn't complain, didn't move, didn't make a sound. Her fever-bright eyes, narrowed against the glare, stared fixedly at the camp with the same unnerving, cold focus as El Diablo. The stallion stood hidden deep in the shadowed mouth of a dry arroyo behind them, only the occasional flick of an ear or impatient snort betraying his presence, a coiled spring of black fury waiting for a signal. "They're turning on each other," Lone Feather murmured, her voice barely a whisper on the hot, dry wind. She crouched nearby, blending seamlessly into the landscape, her stoicism a stark contrast to the chaos below. She wasn't wrong. The thin veneer of order Carlyle's authority had imposed had shattered completely. Across the sprawling, dirty camp, his former men had fractured into desperate, warring factions. Near the main track, a group frantically muscled heavy peril strongboxes, stolen from the overturned office car, onto a waiting freight car, clearly intent on grabbing what they could and fleeing the sinking ship. Further off, near the graffitied water tower, a different group had formed, the marked laborers, the dispossessed, their own brands still raw and painful reminders of their servitude. They huddled together, a tight knot of shared misery and burgeoning rage, passing a single stolen revolver from hand to trembling hand, their eyes darting nervously towards the armed foreman who still swaggered through the camp. The fragile standoff broke with the sharp crack of a gunshot echoing flatly in the heated air. One of the foremen, a burly man known for his cruelty, suddenly crumpled, clutching his belly, his face contorted in shocked disbelief as dark blood bloomed between his fingers. In that instant, hell broke loose. The shot acted as a signal, unleashing the pent-up fear, greed, and hatred simmering beneath the surface. Gunfire erupted sporadically across the camp. Shouts, screams, and curses mingled with the panicked whinnying of horses. Men ran frantically, some seeking cover, others looting abandoned tents, still others locked in brutal, desperate combat with former allies. Rip didn't wait to see how it played out. Protracted chaos was just another kind of trap. He moved, low and fast, weaving through the greasewood towards a line of dusty supply wagons parked near the edge of the camp, away from the main locus of the fighting. Luz was right at his heels, moving with a surprising agility despite her injuries, her small form a fleeting shadow against the sun-baked earth. From the arroyo behind them, El Diablo let out a low, rumbling snort, a signal Rip understood. The stallion was circling wide, a phantom menace ready to charge from the shadows and create havoc if needed, drawing attention away from their own desperate gamble. The medicine wagon, its canvas sides bleached pale by the relentless sun and emblazoned with a faded red cross, appeared relatively isolated. It was guarded by a single man, little more than a kid Rip saw as they got closer, perhaps 16 summers old, skinny and uncertain. The boy's Adam's apple bobbed nervously in his thin neck as he leaned against the wagon wheel, trying to look tough while chewing tobacco with more bravado than skill. Luz, without breaking stride, put 2 fingers to her lips and whistled, 3 sharp, piercing notes that cut through the surrounding din. From the arroyo, El Diablo answered instantly with a terrifying, enraged scream. The sound hit the young guard like a physical blow. He jumped, startled, his eyes wide with sudden fear, fumbling frantically for the rifle leaning against the wagon beside him. In that moment of panic distraction, Rip lunged forward. The heavy butt of his borrowed Colt connected solidly with the boy's temple. The guard's eyes rolled back in his head, and he dropped like a loosely packed sack of grain, collapsing bonelessly into the dust without a sound. Rip vaulted into the back of the wagon, pulling Luz up after him. Inside, the air was close and smelled faintly of alcohol and strange herbs. Glass jars filled with tinctures, salves, and powders lined rough wooden shelves, rattling precariously with the distant vibrations of the fighting. Rip scanned the labels quickly, searching. His eyes landed on a dark brown bottle labeled clearly, carbolic acid, poison. He grabbed it and tossed it carefully to Luz. "For the burns," he said gruely. "Clean them out. Might stop the poison from spreading." She caught the bottle awkwardly in her bandaged hands, her jaw tightening against the inevitable pain the harsh antiseptic would cause. "It's not enough," she whispered, her gaze distant, already looking beyond the immediate need. "The sickness, it runs deeper." A shadow fell across the wagon's opening, momentarily blocking the harsh sunlight. Hobbs, the engineer, stood there panting heavily, his face streaked with soot and wild-eyed with fear. "They're torching the records shed," he gasped out, gesturing frantically back towards the center of the camp. Rip followed his point and saw angry orange flames licking eagerly at a small wooden structure near the tracks, thick black smoke pouring into the sky. And Carlisle's son. He just rode in. Came in hard with a company of hired guns, maybe 20 of them. Hard cases. They're shooting any man trying to desert. Executing them on sight. Rip peered through the smoke and chaos towards the station platform Hobbs indicated. He saw him then, a young man standing tall amidst the anarchy, dressed in an immaculately tailored gray duster that seemed absurdly out of place in the squalor and violence. He was methodically, calmly, reloading a gleaming Winchester rifle, his movements precise and unhurried. Even at this distance, The arrogant tilt of his head, the cold set of his jaw, the resemblance to his dead father, the governor, was uncanny, chilling. "Looks like the boy's cleaning house," Rip muttered grimly. "Inherited cruelty." Luz's small bandaged fingers dug painfully into his arm. "Not just that, Rip," she breathed, her eyes wide with a new specific horror. Look at his horse." Following her gaze, Rip saw that Carlyle's son wasn't just issuing orders. He was pointing, directing his men towards the main corral, where a dozen fine cavalry mounts stamped nervously, agitated by the gunfire and flames. And standing among them, head high, radiating a controlled power that set him apart, was a massive bay stallion. His coat was too sleek, his musculature too defined, his movements too precise, too responsive to the man's commands. A trained army horse, bred for war, and bearing the unmistakable lines, the coiled power, the sheer presence of El Diablo's own blood. Hobbs swallowed hard, his face paling further. "God have mercy, that's Diablo's get," he whispered, awe and fear mingling in his voice. Diablo's pride, they called him. Cavalry bought 4 of his colts last year for breeding stock. That bay, he's the oldest, the biggest, and the meanest of the lot. Killed 2 handlers back at the fort. Lone Feather materialized beside them, silent as always, her braids slightly singed, the smell of smoke clinging to her buckskins. "We need to move," she stated urgently, her eyes scanning the escalating chaos. "The marked ones, they say there's a hidden canyon trail leading north, away from the tracks." Her words were cut short by the sharp crack of a rifle round, splintering the wooden doorframe, just inches from her head. Carlyle's son, across the camp on the platform, had spotted them. Worse, in the instant Rip looked back, he saw the young man swing effortlessly into the saddle of the magnificent, dangerous bay stallion. From the arroyo, El Diablo let out a scream of pure, primal challenge that split the air, a sound directed not at the men, but at the horse. His horse. His blood. Then the black stallion charged from cover, a blur of vengeful fury, his own healing flank wound seemingly forgotten. The bay stallion answered the challenge instantly, launching forward from the corral, Carlyle's son firing the Winchester from the saddle. "Down!" Rip yelled, grabbing Luz and diving behind a large, metal water barrel near the wagon, as the 2 powerful stallions collided in the center of the camp in a devastating whirl of flashing teeth and lethal hooves. Bullets whined overhead. The bay, Diablo's pride, fought with the brutal precision of his military training. Every kick calculated, every bite aimed to cripple. El Diablo fought like the wild, untamed force of nature he was, all raw fury, instinct, and righteous rage, giving ground but never yielding. Carlyle's son, fighting to control his mount amidst the equine battle, raised his rifle again, sighting down the barrel towards Rip and Luz behind the barrel. An arrow suddenly appeared, seemingly from nowhere, sprouting abruptly from the young man's shoulder. Lone Feather, perched atop a nearby wagon, lowered her bow, her face serene. Carlyle's son cried out, dropping the rifle, his body jolting with the impact. The bay stallion faltered, momentarily confused by his rider's sudden weakness, the break in command. El Diablo seized the advantage instantly. With a powerful surge, he drove his opponent backward, relentlessly forcing the bay stallion towards the fiercely burning record shed. Flames licked at the bay's legs. The horse reared high in panic and pain, throwing Carlyle's son from the saddle like a discarded doll, sending him tumbling headlong into the heart of the inferno. The man's screams were terrifyingly brief, quickly swallowed by the roar of the flames. The bay stallion, riderless and terrified, bolted, disappearing into the smoke and chaos, leaving his rider to burn. El Diablo stood panting in the swirling dust and smoke, his magnificent black coat streaked with soot and blood, his own, and that of his opponent. The camp around them had descended into complete anarchy. Men looting the dead, fighting savagely over scraps, dying randomly in the crossfire. The brief, brutal authority of Carlyle's son had vanished in smoke and flame. Luz, ignoring the chaos, used her teeth to uncork the bottle of carbolic acid, her eyes fixed on the northern horizon. "Now," she rasped through clenched teeth, readying herself for the agony of the antiseptic. "Now we run." Rip looked at El Diablo, standing proud amidst the carnage. He looked at the marked ones, now emboldened, arming themselves with weapons scavenged from the dead, ready to fight for their stolen lives. He looked at the burning shed, consuming the last vestiges of Carlyle's greedy, corrupted legacy. "Run. Leave this unfinished." "No," he said, his voice quiet but firm. He drew his Colt, checking the cylinder, methodically loading the last 3 precious rounds Colton's men had given him. "Now we finish it." Chapter 22. Dawn broke raw and unforgiving over the endless alkali flats, painting the bruised sky in hues of pale lilac and bruised orange that offered little warmth and less hope. The air was thin and tasted of dust. They rode hard, a small, desperate caravan, adrift in a sea of shimmering white desolation. The acrid stink of burning timber, carried on the wind from the rail camps they'd left ruined and smoldering far behind them, still clung stubbornly to their clothes, a grim reminder of the violence unleashed. Luz swayed precariously in the saddle El Diablo bore, her small body fighting a losing battle against the fever consuming her. Her bandaged hands, raw beneath the wrappings, clutched weakly at the stallion's thick black mane for support. Rip knew the carbolic acid they'd scavenged had cleaned the terrible burns inflicted by the running iron, but it was a harsh remedy, and the poison of infection had already sunk its teeth deep into her fragile system. Rip Campbell swept the bleak horizon with gritty, bloodshot eyes, the landscape swimming slightly in his vision. 3 days. 3 days since he'd known real sleep, haunted by images of fire and blood. 2 days since the last brackish water from a dwindling seep had passed his cracked lips. Behind them, faint but persistent against the eastern sky, rose the smudged fingerprints of smoke from 5 separate burning rail camps. Carlyle's depots, his records, his stolen fortunes, all turned to ash. Ahead lay only more dead earth, cracked and barren, shimmering under the relentless sun, offering nothing but the grim promise of more killing, more thirst, more endurance pushed beyond human limits. Trailing slightly behind their ragged group, like a ghost clinging to their wake, trotted the magnificent bay stallion, Diablo's pride. His expensive military saddle sat empty, stirrups dangling, a stark symbol of his rider's fiery demise. Since the inferno at the last camp, he'd followed El Diablo inexplicably, drawn perhaps by blood memory or the simple instinct of a herd animal seeking companionship in the desolation. His once proud head, trained to the rigid discipline of the cavalry, now hung low, as if chastened or perhaps finally broken free. Lone Feather, ever watchful, reined up her weary mare beside the skeletal, reaching arms of a solitary Joshua tree, its twisted form a stark silhouette against the blinding flats. "The marked ones," she said, her voice low and scratchy from dust. They remembered talk from the camps. "A working well at Red Fork Station. Water." She nodded towards where Tomas rode huddled with the other escaped children, their small forms slumped with exhaustion, the cruel brands on their foreheads gleaming like dark scars in the harsh morning light. Rip spat gritty dust, his mouth feeling like baked clay. "Station," he croaked. "Means men. Guards. Carlyle's men, or worse." Not for us," Luz whispered, her voice a dry rasp barely audible above the sighing wind. She lifted her head with visible effort, her glassy, fever-bright eyes struggling to focus on the trailing bay stallion. "They'll see. Carlyle's horse. Diablo's pride, and think." A racking coughing fit seized her small frame, stealing the rest of her words, leaving her gasping weakly against El Diablo's neck. El Diablo nickered softly, a low rumble of concern, nudging her gently with his muzzle. Then his ears flicked sharply, swiveling towards the northeast, his body tensing. Rip followed the stallion's intense gaze. Far out on the shimmering flats, several dust devils danced and swirled, twisting columns of white alkali rising towards the brassy sky. But these weren't born of wind alone. They moved with too much purpose, too much speed. Riders. Hobbs, the engineer who now rode one of the less injured Comanche ponies, cursed under his breath, squinting through the small brass spyglass he'd salvaged from the train wreckage. "Pinkertons," he announced grimly, his voice tight. "A score of 'em, at least. Armed for bear." He passed the spyglass to Rip. "And leading 'em, hell and damnation, it's that hard-case cavalry sergeant from Fort Davis." Rip put the glass to his eye, adjusting the focus. Hobbs was right. Leading the posse, unmistakable even at this distance, rode the veteran sergeant, ramrod straight in the saddle, his faded blue cavalry coat blending into the landscape, a stark contrast to the darker suits of the detectives flanking him. The sergeant rode a fine dappled mare, and even through the spyglass Rip could make out the faint but distinct three-legged horse brand on her flank, the mark of El Diablo's stolen lineage. Trouble, coming hard and fast. Lone Feather didn't need the spyglass. Her keen eyes had already assessed the threat. She smoothly knocked an arrow, her movements economical and deadly. "We run?" she asked quietly, though the answer seemed obvious. "No." Rip handed the spyglass back to Hobbs, his mind racing. "Look at their mounts. Fresh horses, well watered. They've got remounts strung out behind them. Our animals are ridden to exhaustion. We can't outrun them." El Diablo stamped a forehoof impatiently, tossing his head, his nostrils flaring wide, as the wind carried the scent of the approaching riders closer. The bay stallion, Diablo's pride, moved instinctively to stand shoulder to shoulder with the black, ears pricked forward, sensing the tension, perhaps recognizing the scent of the cavalry horses among the posse. Luz pushed herself upright, managing a weak, fevered smile that tugged at Rip's heart. Let me talk first," she whispered. The Pinkertons, professional and menacing, fanned out smoothly into a wide skirmish line as they drew nearer, the sun glinting off the barrels of their leveled Winchesters. The cavalry sergeant, however, rode straight ahead, alone, reining in his dappled mare just 20 yards away. His hand rested casually, almost negligently, on the butt of the Colt Peacemaker holstered at his hip. Up close, Rip saw the lines etched deep around his eyes and mouth, the gray frosting his temples and stubbled jaw, closer to 50 than Rip had first guessed. A prominent saber scar, white against his tan skin, cut diagonally through his left eyebrow, giving him a perpetually stern expression. "Halt in the name of the sergeant began, his voice the gravelly bark of command, but his words died abruptly as his sharp eyes locked onto El Diablo. His jaw dropped slightly. "Well, I'll be double damned," he breathed, surprise momentarily overriding his military bearing. In one smooth, practiced motion, he swung down from his mare, landing lightly on the balls of his feet. "That's him. That's Diablo's sire." Rip kept his hand near his own Colt, acutely aware of the 20 rifles aimed their way. "You know this horse?" he asked, keeping his voice level. "Know him?" The sergeant spat a stream of tobacco juice into the white dust. "Hell, son, I was serving picket duty at Fort Stanton the night Carlisle's Wranglers dragged him in, trussed like a steer but fighting like a cornered grizzly. Wild as a blue norther blizzard, and twice as mean." He nodded towards the bay stallion standing beside El Diablo. "That big fella there's his get too. Saw him fold. Got the same devil's streak in his eye, just trained out of him. Mostly." The lead Pinkerton, a thick-necked man with wary eyes and a prominent gold tooth that flashed unpleasantly when he spoke, cleared his throat impatiently. "Sergeant, begging your pardon, but we have standing orders. Bring in the railroad killers, dead or alive." The sergeant ignored him completely, taking a step closer to El Diablo. The stallion pulled back his lips, baring his teeth in a silent warning snarl, but surprisingly allowed the veteran soldier to approach, to run a hand over his scarred flank, to examine the still raw wounds from recent battles. "Christ almighty," the sergeant murmured, his voice rough with something akin to sympathy. "They worked you hard, didn't they, boy? Used you up." Just then, Luz slid weakly from El Diablo's back, her legs buckling beneath her as she hit the ground. The sergeant moved with surprising speed for his age, catching her before she collapsed completely into the dust. His large, calloused fingers gently turned her small, bandaged palms upward, his expression grim as he took in the angry burns. "Carbolic?" he asked quietly. Luz nodded mutely. "Good," the sergeant grunted. He turned and whistled sharply to his men waiting behind the Pinkerton line. "Jenkins. Corporal. Break out the medical kit. And somebody get these folks water, damn it. They look half dead." The Pinkerton leader, Dawson, stepped forward, his face reddening. "Now wait just a minute, Sergeant," his gold tooth flashed. "Shut your hole, Dawson." The sergeant didn't raise his voice, didn't even turn fully towards the detective. But the quiet authority in his tone, cold and hard as forged steel, silenced the Pinkerton instantly. "I served with Colonel Baylor at Antietam," the sergeant continued, his eyes still on Luz. "Fought Cheyenne up on the Republican. Fought Comanche down at Palo Duro Canyon. I know war criminals when I see 'em." He jerked his chin towards the huddle of exhausted, branded children watching the exchange with wide, fearful eyes. "And these children ain't them." Rip watched the tense interplay carefully, feeling the fragile balance of power. The Pinkertons had the numbers, 5-1 at least, but the sergeant's disciplined cavalrymen, though fewer, clearly outgunned the detectives and held the advantage of military training and loyalty to their commanding officer. A dangerous standoff under the blazing desert sun. The sergeant helped Luz take a few sips of water from his own canteen before speaking again, his gaze sweeping over Rip and Lone Feather. "Governor Carlisle's dead," he stated flatly. "His son's dead too, burned up in the camp back east. The whole damn railroad's going into federal receivership." He glanced sharply at Rip. "But I reckon you already knew most of that." Lone Feather hadn't lowered her bow. The arrow remained nocked, the bowstring taut, ready. "What do you want from us, soldier?" she asked, her voice distrustful. "Same thing you want, ma'am," the sergeant replied quietly. "Justice." He reached out and stroked El Diablo's powerful neck. "This horse," he said, his voice softening slightly, "and his get, they've suffered enough under men like Carlisle. So have these children." He straightened up and turned to face the simmering Pinkertons. "Dawson," he commanded, his voice crisp again, "you'll take your men and ride back to Santa Fe. You tell your bosses the trail went cold. You tell them the savages disappeared into the desert. Understand?" Dawson's face purpled with indignation. "Like hell we will," he blustered. "We have our orders." The cavalrymen's rifles came up as one, hammers clicking back with ominous unison, muzzles trained steadily on the Pinkerton line. The sergeant sighed, a weary sound that spoke of too many battles fought, too many lives lost. "Son," he said, his voice deceptively mild, "I've killed better men than you before breakfast and for lesser reasons. You can ride out of here now, or you can stay and feed the coyotes tonight. It's your choice. Make it quick." For a long, stretched moment, the only sound was the dry wind whistling mournfully through the skeletal arms of the Joshua tree. The tension was a palpable thing, thick enough to choke on. Then Dawson, his face contorted with impotent fury, spat violently into the white dust at his feet and wheeled his horse abruptly. The Pinkertons followed, defeated and resentful, their muttered curses lost in the vast desert silence as they rode away. The sergeant watched them go, his expression unreadable, before turning back to Rip and the others. "There's a mission hospital," he said, his tone practical now. "Run by the Sisters of Mercy. About 30 miles west of here. Good water, clean beds. They'll see to the girl, and the others." El Diablo nudged Luz gently again, his dark eyes, usually filled with wild fire, now holding something that looked remarkably like sorrow, or perhaps empathy born of shared suffering. Rip studied the old soldier, the unexpected savior. "Why?" he asked simply. "Why help us? Risk your stripes for strangers." The sergeant swung back up onto his dappled mare, settling into the worn leather saddle. His gaze drifted towards Tomas, lingering for a moment on the ugly brand marring the boy's forehead. "My sister," he said, his voice suddenly quiet, freighted with old pain. "My younger sister." She took the train to Santa Fe, back in '78. Disappeared, somewhere along the line. They never found her body. He looked back towards the smoke smudges staining the eastern horizon, then touched the brim of his dusty campaign hat in a gesture that was part salute, part weary farewell. Looking at these children, reckon now I know why. He reined his horse around, his detail of cavalrymen falling in silently behind him. The dappled mare hesitated for a heartbeat, looking back towards El Diablo, a silent question passing between the horses. The black stallion didn't follow. His place was here now. Chapter 23. The mission walls stood stark white against the fierce blue canvas of the midday sky, their whitewashed adobe burning like bleached bone under the relentless hammer of the Texas sun. Heat radiated in shimmering waves from the packed earth of the courtyard, where Rip Campbell reined in his exhausted buckskin, casting a long, lean shadow across the cracked, sun-baked ground. A profound, almost unnatural silence hung over the place, broken only by the buzz of unseen insects and the tired sigh of the wind against the ancient walls. Beside Rip, El Diablo stood stiff-legged, his great head lowered, fatigue evident in every line of his powerful body. His black coat was dulled with dust and crusted sweat, and his nostrils flared delicately, testing the unfamiliar air, tainted with the sharp medicinal scent of carbolic acid and the faint waxy sweetness of candles drifting from the open chapel doors nearby. This place, meant as a sanctuary, felt watchful, secretive, holding its breath. Luz slumped against the stallion's neck like a broken doll, her small form shuddering with the effort of staying upright. Her breath came in shallow, painful gasps, rattling slightly in her chest. The desperate ride to reach this supposed haven had taken its toll. The fever gripping her had worsened significantly, burning brightly in her glazed eyes and lending a frightening fragility to her small face. Her crudely bandaged hands, resting limply on El Diablo's mane, were visibly swollen, angry red flesh puffing around the edges of the wrappings, weeping a thin, clear fluid that spoke of deep infection and unbearable pain. From the deep shadows beneath the arched colonnade bordering the courtyard, a figure emerged, gliding silently into the harsh sunlight. A sister of mercy, her face pale and framed by the starched white severity of her wimple, her black habit absorbing the heat. The dark beads of the rosary clutched in her hand clicked softly against each other as she moved, a dry, repetitive sound, eerily reminiscent of a rattlesnake's warning. Her eyes, dark and assessing, narrowed as she took in the rough appearance of Rip, the imposing presence of the black stallion, the weary band of children accompanying them. "This is a house of God," she began, her voice crisp and disapproving, carrying a faint Spanish accent, "not a stable for trail hands," and her words choked off abruptly as her gaze fell upon the exhausted branded children huddled behind Rip, particularly Tomas, whose property of Carlisle mark was starkly visible. The sister's knuckles whitened around the smooth, dark wood of the cross hanging at her breast, her face tightening with a mixture of shock and something else, fear. "Infirmary," Rip's voice was gravel, rough with dust and exhaustion, cutting through her unfinished rebuke. He wasted no time on pleasantries. Luz needed help urgently. Now. The sister hesitated for a fraction of a second, her dark eyes darting involuntarily towards a heavy, imposing oak door set deep into the adobe wall at the far end of the courtyard. It was a solid, windowless door, banded with iron, looking more like the entrance to a vault than a part of the mission proper. Whatever lay behind it clearly concerned her. Then, composing her features into a mask of professional detachment, she gave a sharp, single nod and turned, her black skirts whispering against the dusty ground. "This way," she clipped, leading them through a cool, shadowed archway into the mission's interior. The air inside was thick and stagnant, heavy with the cloying smell of lye soap, unwashed bodies, sickness, and a pervasive undercurrent of human suffering. They entered a long, dim hall that served as the hospital ward. Rows of simple wooden cots lined both walls, most occupied by gaunt figures tossing restlessly beneath thin gray blankets. A chorus of weak coughs, low moans, and delirious whispers filled the air, a symphony of misery that clawed at Rip's already frayed nerves. Lone Feather, moving silently beside Rip, instinctively let her hand drift towards the hilt of the knife sheathed at her belt, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the patients. She recognized the signs, the small, puckered vaccination scars visible on the arms of nearly every sufferer. A chilling familiarity. Tomas, walking stiffly beside Lone Feather, touched the brand on his own forehead, his eyes wide with dawning horror as he looked at the sickly occupants of the cots. They're marked too, he whispered, pointing towards a man whose arm bore not only the vaccination scar, but also a faint, faded brand similar to his own. The sister, overhearing him, stiffened visibly. Smallpox survivors, she stated curtly, her voice tight, avoiding their eyes. Often brought here from the railroad work camps when they become too weak to continue their labor. She gestured towards a relatively clean, empty cot near the end of the hall. "Leave the girl here," she instructed, her tone attempting authority. "We will care for her needs." El Diablo, who had followed them warily into the hall, his hooves clicking unnervingly loud on the tile floor, reacted instantly. His ears flattened against his skull, and a low, menacing growl rumbled deep in his chest. When the sister reached out a tentative hand towards Luz, the stallion bared his teeth, his dark lips pulling back in a silent, vicious snarl. Rip stepped quickly between the nun and the protective horse. "We stay," he said flatly, his voice leaving no room for argument. His gaze locked with the sister's. A silent battle of wills fought in the dim, suffering-filled hallway. The tense standoff was broken by a new voice, smooth and cultured, yet carrying an unmistakable edge of cold command that cut through the heavy air like a razor. "I think not." All eyes turned towards the heavy oak door at the end of the hall, the same one the sister had glanced at earlier. It swung open silently, revealing a man standing framed in the doorway. He was dressed in a fine black cassock, impeccably tailored, a stark contrast to the poverty and suffering surrounding him. A heavy, silver-chased crucifix gleamed brightly on his chest, catching the dim light. But his collar was wrong. Not the simple band of a priest, but the richer purple trim denoting higher office. A bishop. His face was smooth, unlined, with intelligent eyes that held no warmth, only a cool, calculating appraisal. Luz, who had been slumping against El Diablo, stirred weakly. Her fever-bright eyes fixed on the bishop's face, a flicker of confused, terrified recognition crossing her features. "You?" she breathed, the single word barely audible. The bishop offered a small, condescending smile, utterly devoid of compassion. "Ah, yes. The little firebrand," he purred, his voice like silk sliding over steel. "You remember me, then? From the Santa Fe depot, I believe. Before your relocation." He began to walk slowly down the hall towards them, his expensive, polished boots clicking sharply, unnaturally loud on the tile floor, a sound that grated on Rip's nerves. "A tragic business, your Governor Carlisle's demise," the bishop continued smoothly, his eyes flicking dismissively over Rip and Lone Feather before settling again on Luz. "His silent business partner sends his deepest regards. And his instructions." Rip didn't need to hear more. Partner. Instructions. The pieces clicked into place with sickening certainty. This mission wasn't a sanctuary. It was another node in the corrupt network, perhaps the place where Carlisle's human stock was processed, treated, or disposed of. His borrowed Colt cleared leather in a blur, the muzzle coming up to center on the bishop's gleaming crucifix before the man's last syrupy word had fully faded. The bishop didn't even flinch. His cool smile didn't waver. "Temper, Mr. Campbell, is it?" "Unwise," he chided softly. "There are 20 armed brothers stationed just beyond that door behind me. Good, devout men, sworn to protect this institution and its work. Kill me," he spread his hands slightly, "and the children, all of them, die quite messily, I assure you." He held up a leather-bound ledger, almost identical to the one Rip now carried, taken from Carlisle's bloody hands. "But," the bishop continued, his eyes glinting, I understand you possess certain accounting documents. Perhaps we can make a mutually beneficial trade. Information for lives. El Diablo chose that moment to erupt. The stallion's terrified, enraged scream shattered the tense silence, echoing deafeningly in the confined space, rattling the glass jars on the nearby shelves. He reared violently, his powerful hooves lashing out, striking a tall wooden medicine cabinet nearby. The wood splintered with explosive force. Glass shattered, raining down in glittering shards. Vials filled with liquids of various colors crashed to the floor, their contents mixing into puddles that released sharp, stinging chemical odors into the already fouled air. In the sudden, violent chaos, Luz reacted with the desperate instinct of a cornered animal. She rolled sideways off the cot where the sister had placed her, hitting the hard tile floor with a sickening thud. She cried out in pain, but scrambled immediately amidst the broken glass, her bandaged hands scrabbling, closing around the jagged neck of a broken brown bottle. The bishop laughed, a short, ugly sound. "Brave child," he mocked. "Admirable spirit. But futile. You're far too late. The last shipment, the most valuable subjects, they already left for." He never finished his sentence. With a final, desperate surge of strength fueled by fever and fury, Luz lunged forward and drove the jagged edge of the broken bottle deep into the fleshy part of the bishop's thigh. The bishop howled, a high-pitched shriek of agony that was shockingly devoid of dignity. His hands flew to the wound, blood instantly welling up, splattering dark crimson droplets across the pristine white tiles and onto the cover of the ledger he still held. As he staggered back, the ledger slipped from his grasp. Rip snatched it from the air before it could hit the floor. His eyes instinctively found the last, freshest entry, the ink barely dry. June 15 to 12 marked specimens, Priority Group WS3, transferred Washington Depot via secure military transport. Consignment for Senator J. Whitmore's project. Washington. A senator. The corruption spread further, higher than Rip had dared imagine. The heavy oak door at the end of the hall burst open with a crash. Men poured through the opening, dressed in the simple brown garb of religious brothers, but these men carried Winchester rifles, not Bibles, and their eyes held the cold hardness of hired guns, not pious devotion. Lone Feather reacted instantly. Her bow sang, the arrow a blurred streak that took the first armed brother through the throat, dropping him before he could even raise his rifle. Rip fired twice, the roar of the Colt deafening in the enclosed space. Two more robed figures stumbled and fell. He thumbed the hammer again, and heard only the sickeningly empty click of the hammer falling on a spent chamber. Empty. El Diablo charged into the fray then, a force of untamed nature unleashed. His hooves lashed out, crushing the wrist of a gunman raising his rifle. The bay stallion, Diablo's pride, followed his sire into the fight, teeth bared, savaging the arm of another attacker. Amidst the gunfire and chaos, Luz, ignoring her own pain, crawled desperately through the spreading puddle of chemicals and broken glass towards the wreckage of the medicine cabinet. Her searching, bandaged fingers closed around a single, intact glass vial filled with a murky, yellowish liquid, just as one of the surviving brothers spun towards her, leveling his rifle at her small head. A single, heavy gunshot echoed, distinct from the others. The brother jerked, then collapsed, face first onto the tiles, a neat, dark hole appearing suddenly between his eyes. Sergeant Colton stood framed in the courtyard doorway, his smoking cavalry revolver held steady, his face grim. His troopers fanned out quickly behind him, their own weapons covering the remaining brothers. "Seems you found more snakes nesting in this particular hole," Colton observed dryly, his gaze sweeping the bloody scene. The surviving gunmen, seeing the soldiers, instantly dropped their weapons, hands raising in surrender. The bishop, clutching his bleeding leg, his face contorted with pain and impotent rage, glared at the sergeant. "You fool," he hissed through clenched teeth. "You don't understand what you've ruined. That research, the potential, it could have." The sergeant's revolver barked again, the bullet striking the bishop squarely in the chest, silencing his venomous words forever. In the sudden, ringing quiet that followed, broken only by the whimpering of the wounded and the distant tolling of a mission bell, Luz pushed herself weakly upright. She held up the small vial she had retrieved, its contents catching the light. Her voice was barely a whisper, fragile as glass, but filled with a desperate hope. The cure, she breathed. Outside, beyond the mission walls, thunder rumbled ominously. Not from the cloudless sky. It was the distant, rhythmic thunder of machinery, of heavy wheels on iron rails rolling eastward. From the railroad. The war wasn't over. Not by a long shot. It had just changed tracks. Chapter 24. The Washington-bound train screamed through the deep desert canyon, a monstrous, articulated beast of iron and steam, violating the pre-dawn stillness. It moved like a living thing possessed, its black smoke spewing furiously from the stack, staining the delicate pastels of the breaking dawn sky with greasy dark ribbons. Rip Campbell crouched low atop a swaying, rocking boxcar, the wind, sharp and cold at this speed, tearing viciously at his hat brim, threatening to rip it from his head. The rough wooden roof vibrated beneath his worn boots, the rhythm of the churning wheels below a frantic, pounding heartbeat, counting down towards an unknown, violent climax. Below him, keeping pace with the roaring train along the narrow strip of rough ground beside the tracks, ran El Diablo. The great black stallion moved with effortless power, a midnight streak against the lightning landscape, his long legs devouring the miles, his hooves pounding the earth in a rhythm that seemed uncannily synchronized with the churning drive wheels of the locomotive. Close beside him, matching his stride, ran the bay stallion, Diablo's pride, his military training evident in his precise, economical gait, yet a wildness now gleaming in his eyes, perhaps awakened by the black stallion's untamed spirit or the sheer desperation of their flight. The two horses, sire's bloodline and captured spirit, moved as one entity, their long shadows stretching fleetingly across the sage and rock as the sun climbed higher. Further back, clinging precariously to the narrow gap between swaying boxcars, was Lone Feather. Her lithe form was braced against the jolting motion, her dark braids whipping around her face like bullwhips in the fierce wind. She had steadfastly refused Rip's suggestion that she stay behind at the mission with Luz and the recovering children, under the protection of Sergeant Colton and his men. Her face, set and resolute, held the unwavering conviction of her ancestors. "This fight ends where it began for my people," she'd stated quietly, her hand checking the familiar action of her Winchester. "On the iron rails that scar our land." Rip pulled the stolen, blood-stained ledger from inside his duster, shielding it against the wind, his eyes scanning the last chilling entry once more, the words seeming to burn themselves into his mind. Senator's Special Project, Phase 3 initiated. Subjects demonstrate projected 87% mortality rate upon exposure. Proceeding to final field trials. Authorization, J. Whitmore. Final trials. Not research. Not containment. Deployment. Genocide, cloaked in the cold language of bureaucracy. The train suddenly lurched violently, wheels screeching in protest as it rounded a sharp bend in the canyon. And the view ahead slammed into Rip with the force of a physical blow, revealing their unfolding nightmare. Coupled directly behind the engine and its tender was not a passenger car or a standard freight car, but a heavily modified stock car. Its sides were reinforced with thick iron bars over the few small high windows, transforming it into a rolling cage, a mobile prison. And through those bars Rip could see pale, small faces staring out with numb, uncomprehending terror. Children. More children. Strapped down onto narrow metal tables bolted to the floor. A rolling laboratory of horrors. El Diablo saw it too. The stallion let out a high, piercing scream of pure fury and anguish, a sound so sharp, so filled with pain, it cut through the roar of the train like a freshly honed Bowie knife slicing through silence. It was the cry of a spirit, recognizing the ultimate violation. "Rip!" Lone Feather's urgent shout reached him over the wind and engine noise. She was scrambling desperately forward, along the roofs of the swaying cars, her knife already drawn, finding precarious purchase in the gaps between the rushing timbers. The bridge. We're running out of track. She was right. Ahead, the canyon walls narrowed dramatically, pinching inward, forcing the tracks onto a high, spindly trestle bridge that spanned a deep, dry gorge choked with boulders and long shadows. A skeletal structure of timber and iron, silhouetted against the morning sky. The perfect place for a final stand. An ambush. Or a massacre. There was no time left for planning, only for action. Rip drew his Colt, the weight of it reassuring in his hand, freshly loaded with the heavy .45 caliber cavalry issue rounds Sergeant Colton had provided. The lab car, he yelled back to Lone Feather, pointing towards the rolling horror ahead. Get to the children. He didn't wait for her acknowledgement. As El Diablo surged ahead alongside the train, Rip gathered himself and leapt across the terrifyingly narrow gap onto the roof of the next boxcar forward. Below him, the black stallion ran with breathtaking speed, his previously wounded flank now healed into thick, ropey scar tissue but showing no sign of hindering his powerful stride. He pulled alongside the rolling laboratory car, his dark lips pulled back from his teeth in a silent, vicious snarl. A rifle barrel suddenly protruded from one of the barred windows of the lab car, spitting flame. El Diablo dodged the shot with an almost supernatural instinct, swerving violently inward, so close that his powerful shoulder brushed against the side of the speeding train car with a sound of scraping metal. Rip seized the fleeting moment, the desperate opportunity. Taking a deep breath, judging the speed and motion, he launched himself from the roof of the boxcar, outward and downward, landing heavily onto the stallion's broad back. No saddle to grip. No reins to guide. Just muscle, sweat, speed, and a raw, desperate trust forged in shared battle and survival. El Diablo didn't falter. As if sensing Rip's intention, the stallion gathered his powerful haunches beneath him and leapt. It was an impossible jump, across the churning wheels, over the blur of passing track ties, landing with stunning force onto the narrow, shaking metal platform at the rear of the laboratory car. His iron-shod hooves struck showers of bright sparks from the steel plating as he fought for purchase on the precarious perch. Inside the lab car, chaos erupted. Men in strange white coats, looking more like butchers than scientists, scrambled frantically for weapons, pistols, shotguns, even heavy wrenches snatched from tool racks. One man, closest to the rear door, raised a heavy dragoon pistol, aiming it wildly towards the platform. An arrow hissed through the open doorway, striking the man squarely in the eye socket. He collapsed without a sound, the pistol clattering uselessly to the floor. Lone Feather stood braced in the doorway of the preceding car, her bow already lowering. Rip didn't hesitate. He kicked the lab car door inward with all his strength. The stench hit him first, thick and nauseating, a vile combination of harsh chemical antiseptics, stale vomit, human waste, and something else, something sickly sweet and rotten that hinted at death and decay. Then the sounds, the weak, hopeless crying of terrified children, the metallic rattle of chains against metal tables, the hushed, urgent whispers of the white-coated attendants. His eyes adjusted quickly to the dim interior. 20 narrow cots, more like metal slabs, lined the vibrating walls. Each held a child, strapped down with thick leather restraints at the wrists and ankles. Fresh brands, still red and oozing, marred each small forehead. WS3. Washington subjects, Phase 3. The final, disposable test group. A gaunt, older man wearing thick spectacles backed away from Rip, his hands trembling as he clutched a large, sinister-looking syringe filled with a clear liquid. You don't understand," he stammered, his eyes wide with fanaticism behind the lenses. "This research, the potential, it will save thousands. Millions, eventually. A necessary sacrifice." Rip shot him through the heart. The man crumpled, the syringe shattering on the floor. El Diablo surged past Rip, down the narrow central aisle of the car, a force of righteous fury. His hooves lashed out, smashing glass vials, scattering papers, trampling delicate medical instruments into wreckage. The bay stallion, Diablo's pride, followed closely behind, snapping viciously at the heels of the fleeing white-coated attendants, herding them towards the front of the car. Lone Feather was already moving swiftly down the line of cots, her knife flashing as she expertly sliced through the thick leather restraints, freeing the first child, then the next. Rip reached the front of the car, Colt ready, just as the connecting door leading to the forward cars burst open. Senator Josiah Whitmore stood framed in the doorway, blocking their path. He was portly, red-faced, dressed in an expensive silk waistcoat that strained tightly over his considerable belly. A heavy gold watch chain gleamed ostentatiously across the waistcoat, and dangling from it, catching the light, was a fob intricately carved into the shape of the three-legged horse symbol, the brand of Carlisle's railroad and El Diablo's stolen lineage. The man behind it all. "You're too late, Mr. Campbell," Whitmore declared, his voice smooth, confident, utterly unconcerned by the carnage behind Rip. His smile was wide, revealing rows of expensive, perfect dental work. Tragically heroic, but ultimately futile. The primary results, the successful cultures, they are already safely en route to Washington via military courier. This, he gestured dismissively at the children, this is merely the disposal phase. The train gave a sudden, violent lurch, far more severe than before, throwing everyone off balance. El Diablo screamed again, a sharp, urgent warning cry. Rip glanced desperately through the nearest barred window. His blood ran cold. Ahead, through the swirling smoke and dust, he saw it. The trestle bridge supports, the massive timbers holding the tracks aloft over the gorge, were shattered, splintered, clearly blown apart by dynamite charges. The tracks themselves sagged precariously in the middle, drooping downward like the broken spine of some great beast. Someone had set the trap. But who? And why now? Whitmore's face went deathly pale, his arrogant composure finally shattering. "Those fools," he shrieked, his voice cracking with sudden terror. "The demolition team. They weren't supposed to detonate until after this car cleared the bridge." The first section of rail snapped with a deafening crack, the sound of tortured metal giving way. The laboratory car tilted violently sideways, groaning in protest, sending equipment, supplies, frantic men, and freed children crashing against the walls in a tangled heap. El Diablo somehow managed to brace his powerful legs against the tilt, instinctively shielding two of the smallest children behind his massive body. Rip lunged forward, grabbing Whitmore by his ostentatious gold watch chain, hauling the terrified senator towards the front of the tilting car. "Stop this train!" Rip roared, though he knew it was useless. The senator's laugh was high-pitched, bordering on hysterical. "No brakes on a death ride, boy," he screamed back, his eyes bulging. "We're all going to hell together." The trestle bridge groaned one last time, then collapsed completely beneath them. For one sickening, suspended moment, the laboratory car hung in open air, detached from the rest of the train, which continued, miraculously, across the remaining section of the bridge. Then, with agonizing slowness, it began its long plunge downward into the shadowed depths of the gorge below. Rip's last conscious sight, before the world exploded in shattering impact, was El Diablo, somehow still on his feet, desperately herding the terrified, crying children towards a large window shattered during the initial tilt, the stallion's strong teeth clamped gently but firmly onto the back of one small boy's ragged shirt, pulling him towards the opening, towards a sliver of impossible hope. Then darkness rushed up to meet them, and the terrible final sound of twisting, screaming iron filled the world. Chapter 25. Silence descended, thick and heavy as burial dust, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through the high canyon walls and the spiteful crackle of the burning trestle bridge far above. Dust motes, thick as swarming insects, swirled lazily in the narrow shafts of harsh sunlight that managed to pierce the gloom at the bottom of the gorge, illuminating scenes of brutal wreckage. Rip Campbell drifted back to consciousness slowly, reluctantly, dragged from the depths by a wave of nausea and blinding pain. The coppery taste of blood filled his mouth, mingling with the acrid bite of coal smoke thick on his tongue. He tried to push himself up, but his right arm hung limp and useless at his side, radiating white-hot knives of agony from a dislocated shoulder. His vision cleared slowly. The laboratory car, the rolling chamber of horrors, lay torn open like a butchered steer, its metal hide ripped and twisted, its horrific contents, shattered glass, splintered wood, twisted metal cots, and the still forms of the white-coated attendants, spilled indiscriminately across the dusty rock-strewn floor of the gorge. Against the backdrop of the burning bridge far overhead, silhouetted starkly against the flames and smoke, stood El Diablo. The magnificent black stallion stood utterly still, his great head bowed, his sleek coat streaked with rust-colored dust and darker patches of drying blood. His powerful ribs heaved with the effort of drawing breath. Yet he held his ground, an unwavering guardian watching over the small, huddled group of children who had miraculously survived the plunge. They clung together near the wreckage, their faces pale and shocked, eyes wide with terror but strangely silent now, their small bodies trembling. Nearby, a tragic casualty of the crash, lay the powerful bay stallion, Diablo's pride. He was motionless, his neck bent at an unnatural, sickening angle where he had clearly taken the brunt of the impact, instinctively shielding the youngest child during the fall. A noble end for a horse bred by evil men. A low groan sounded from beneath a heavy, overturned metal examination table. Lone Feather dragged herself painfully upright, her face pale but set in familiar lines of stoic endurance. Her left leg was twisted wrong beneath her, clearly broken or badly sprained. Ignoring her own pain, her first thought was pragmatic. "Whitmore," she grunted, her eyes scanning the tangled wreckage. Rip followed her gaze, his own eyes searching the debris. He spotted him then. Senator Josiah Whitmore's portly body hung impaled, suspended grotesquely on a jagged, protruding steel support beam ripped from the car's undercarriage. His expensive silk waistcoat was torn and bloodied, but the heavy gold watch chain still glinted brightly in a stray sunbeam, the three-legged horse fob mocking him even in death. Dead. But near his dangling hand, lying half-buried in the dirt and debris, was his thick leather satchel, miraculously intact, its contents, official-looking papers, spilling out onto the ground. Ignoring the searing agony in his shoulder, Rip began to crawl laboriously towards the satchel, dragging his useless arm. Each movement sent fresh waves of nausea and pain through him. He reached the satchel, his fingers closing on the topmost document. It bore an imposing embossed seal, United States Department of Biological Sciences. Beneath the seal, penned in precise, chillingly detached script, were the words, "Project WS3 Final Field Report. Intentional aerosolized smallpox variant. Strain XB7. Demonstrates projected 92% mortality rate in unvaccinated test subjects within 72 hours of exposure. Recommend immediate deployment against hostile tribal populations along proposed transcontinental rail routes to ensure minimal disruption to construction schedules. Authorization pending final Senate Oversight Committee review." The words blurred before Rip's eyes, swimming in his vision. Not from pain this time, but from the cold, soul-crushing weight of understanding. This monstrous scheme, it was never truly about silver in some hidden canyon. It wasn't even just about clearing land for railroads, driven by simple greed. This was colder, calculated. This was extermination, sanctioned at the highest levels, cloaked in the language of progress and science. A weak, wet cough rasped from nearby rocks. Impossibly, Whitmore stirred. One bloodied hand came up, clutching weakly at the terrible gut wound tearing through his fine waistcoat. His eyes fluttered open, fixing on Rip with a strange, feverish intensity. You simple fools, don't understand," he rasped, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. "Progress, civilization, always requires sacrifice." El Diablo's head snapped up at the sound. The stallion turned, beginning to limp slowly, deliberately towards the dying senator, his nostrils flaring wide, pulling in the strong scent of the man's blood, his dark eyes holding an ancient, implacable judgment. Whitmore's eyes widened in sudden, primal terror as the great horse approached. He fumbled weakly inside his torn waistcoat, not for a weapon, Rip realized, but for a small, folded photograph. The edges were singed from the fire, but the image itself was shockingly clear. A younger, beaming Whitmore standing proudly beside a stern-faced Governor Carlisle. Lined up beside them, looking small and bewildered, was a row of branded children. And behind them all, rearing violently against the restraining ropes of a breaking pen, was a magnificent, powerful red stallion. Diablo Rojo. El Diablo's sire. The beginning of the tainted line. You see, Whitmore gasped, holding the photograph aloft with trembling fingers. We improved the stock, horses, and men, controlled the bloodlines for the future. His hand fell slack, his eyes glazing over. The photograph fluttered from his grasp, landing face up on the blood-stained earth beside him. Lone Feather, watching from where she sat nursing her injured leg, spat contemptuously into the dust. The buzzards and the canyon, she stated flatly, will bury him and his future. The children needed no orders, no direction. Moving with the quiet, grim efficiency of those long accustomed to trauma and survival, they began to navigate the wreckage. They gathered intact medical supplies from the debris, tore strips of cloth from the clothing of the dead white-coated men to use as bandages, their small faces set with a determination that broke Rip's heart. The oldest girl, perhaps 12, the one with the fresh WS3 brand raw on her forehead, approached Rip, holding out a splintered piece of planking and a long strip of tough leather salvaged from a broken strap. Your arm, she said simply, her voice quiet but firm. Rip nodded grimly, taking the strip of leather between his teeth. He braced himself as the girl, with surprising strength and an unnerving knowledge of anatomy likely learned through harsh experience, yanked the dislocated joint hard, forcing it back into the socket with a sickening pop. Blackness speckled with stars swam before Rip's eyes, the pain threatening to pull him under. When his vision cleared, the first thing he saw was Luz, carefully picking her way down the steep gorge wall, followed closely by Tomas and Sergeant Colton's cavalry detail, who must have heard the crash and explosion from miles away. The sergeant took in the horrific scene at the bottom of the gorge. The twisted wreckage, the scattered bodies, the damning documents spilling from Whitmore's satchel, the small children already using shards of metal to scrape shallow graves in the rocky soil for the dead attendants. His weathered face hardened into lines of cold fury. Sweet Jesus, he breathed. He looked at the official report in Rip's hand. Washington, they won't let this stand. Heads will roll for this. Rip met the old soldier's gaze, the bitter taste of truth sharp in his mouth. Who's going to tell them, Sergeant? He asked quietly. Who's going to make them listen? A heavy silence stretched between them, underscored by the moaning wind echoing through the canyon, carrying the high, lonesome scent of juniper and the fading smell of burning steel. Then from the high rocks overlooking the gorge, a sound drifted down that froze them all, a high, clear, lonesome whistle piercing and wild. Not human. El Diablo's head jerked upward instantly, his ears swiveling. His answering call was ragged, weary but strong, echoing back up the canyon walls. Hooves pounded on stone from above. The wild herd emerged slowly from the dust and shadows on the rimrock, 20 or more Mustangs, lean, tough, scarred survivors of the plains, led by the massive, battle-scarred red stallion. Diablo Rojo surveyed the scene of devastation below with ancient, knowing eyes, before his gaze settled, locked, upon his wounded son standing amidst the wreckage. The two magnificent stallions stood motionless for a long moment, sire and son, wildness and captivity, the bitter years of stolen freedom and inflicted pain hanging palpably in the air between them. Then the red stallion tossed his great head, a gesture of acceptance perhaps, or dismissal. He turned away, slowly, deliberately, leading his herd back towards the vast, open desert horizon, towards the freedom his son had been denied. El Diablo watched them go. He did not follow. Instead, he lowered his great head, nudging gently at the still form of the bay stallion, Diablo's pride, a silent farewell to his fallen descendant. Then he turned, walked carefully towards the smallest of the surviving children, and nudged the child insistently, urging him onto his broad, waiting back. The message was clear. His choice was made. Luz limped to Rip's side, leaning heavily on a makeshift crutch fashioned from a broken rifle stock. Her burned hands were still wrapped in the bloody silk bandages. "What now, Rip?" she whispered, her eyes searching his face. Rip looked at the damning government documents clutched in his hand, proof of unimaginable evil. He looked at the shallow graves being scraped into the unforgiving earth by children who should have been playing under the sun. He looked at those same children, watching him now with eyes far too old, too knowing for their young faces. He thought of Carlyle's meticulous ledgers, itemizing human suffering. He thought of Pike's cruel brands, symbols of ownership and pain. He thought of the mission's shadowed secrets, the hypocrisy cloaked in piety. Then he struck a match against a rough rock. The small flame sputtered, then caught. He held it to the edge of the official report. The papers curled, blackened, caught fast, the flames licking eagerly, consuming the bureaucratic words that sanctioned genocide. He dropped the burning papers onto Whitmore's corpse, adding them to the pyre. He watched as the singed photograph curled to ash, first the images of the corrupt men, Whitmore and Carlyle, then the blurred faces of the branded children, until only the proud, rearing figure of the wild red stallion, Diablo Rojo, remained visible for a fleeting second. Then he too was gone, consumed by the cleansing fire. Sergeant Colton watched the papers burn, his expression grim. He adjusted the angle of his dusty campaign hat. "There's an old Spanish ranch," he said quietly, breaking the silence. "North of here, maybe 2 days' ride. Good water, thick walls. Run by folks who mind their own business. Ask no questions." Lone Feather carefully tested her weight on her injured leg, wincing slightly. "And the children?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over the small, weary group. "The sisters at the mission," Colton replied. "Despite their bishops' affiliations, they have friends. People scattered through these territories who remember the old ways, who harbor fugitives, who know how to make children disappear from official records." He nodded towards El Diablo, who now stood patiently as the other children were carefully lifted onto his back, their small hands tangling gently in his thick mane. "That one," the sergeant said, a note of grudging respect in his voice, "that devil horse, he'll keep them safe until they get there." The stallion stood solid as canyon rock, accepting his new burden without complaint. His terrible wounds would heal, scarred reminders of the battles fought. His bloodline, stolen and corrupted by men, might yet continue, perhaps finding its way back to the wild someday. But his spirit, tested in the crucible of cruelty and violence, would never again be broken. Rip watched the first pale stars begin to prick the darkening canvas of the sky, appearing one by one over the high canyon rim. Somewhere out there, far beyond the reach of men and their iron roads, the wild herd ran free under the moon. Somewhere closer than he liked to think, the railroads kept building, kept pushing westward, hungry for land, hungry for progress, regardless of the cost. And here, in the dusty, blood-soaked wreckage of fallen empires, amidst the ghosts of ambition and atrocity, a devil horse, black as midnight, carrying the future on his back, walked slow and careful, picking his way through the ruins towards the rising moon. His steps finally sure, his unexpected burdens strangely light, his magnificent head at long last held high. The West wasn't won. It could never be truly won. But for Rip Campbell, for El Diablo, for the children marked by fire, this part was done. Ready for more adventure? Grab your free copy of Wrangler, A Wild Western Adventure. Don't miss. Saddle Up, a massive Western box set collection.